1 of the BMW Championship, powering his way to a 10-under par through 17, then hitting a 346-yard drive with the wind at his back. He only had 44 yards to the 9th green when play was stopped. Because of approaching storms, and Day only needed an eagle to card a 59 for round 1. He is now 4 shots ahead of Daniel Berger, who carded a 65. WNBA playoff action. Sky over Indiana, 77-72. The news, a service of Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Find great deals like $120 off a Cajun Injector double-door smoker or 35% off select Cabela's camo rainwear. Don't miss Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Shop in-store or online at Cabela's.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 17.
The way to get car repair clout is to form an alliance.
So Merlin invites you to join our Drive for 200,000 Alliance.
First, it'll get you discounts on all our products and services.
Plus, you store up cash, which is deposited in a personal Merlin savings account.
You can then use your savings account to purchase bigger things like name brand tires and maintenance services.
So, join Merlin's Drive for 200,000-mile alliance.
Clout is what it's all about.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
It's shocking, but winter is just around the corner, and your shocks and struts play an important role in delivering satisfactory steering, stopping, and stability. Visit Merlin for a free suspension check, and right now you can buy 4 shocks or struts for the price of 3 by mail-in rebate with Monroe's Shocktober promotion. You can visit Merlins.com for locations, coupons, and to make an appointment.
5:07, let's get an update on the roads in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning. Figures to be a pretty rough commute this morning due to the weather conditions, especially also due to the ongoing closures downtown for the triathlon this weekend and some closures around the city for weekend festivals and events. On the inbound Eisenhower, the ramp to the outbound Rhine is flooded. Can't get through. It is closed right now, going from eastbound 290 to a southbound 90 and 94. The Eisenhower itself, up to that point, looks fine at the moment. Edens and the Kennedy, wet but otherwise okay. No delays to report on the Stevenson. Inbound Rhine, a little heavy approaching downtown Chicago. There's actually still some road work outbound. No delays there. Tollways are wet, otherwise good. Traffic lights are out in Palatine, Dundee, and Rand Road. Also, on the northwest side at Lawrence Avenue and the Kennedy, it's been a collision involving a pedestrian on the northwest side, Belmont, east of Harlem at New England Avenue. Traffic is a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, dealing with excruciating pain and days when they won't be able to get out of bed. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, ccfa.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Flash flood watch in effect this evening through tomorrow morning. Cloudy and humid with showers and thunderstorms today, high 78, then periods of rain, some heavy tonight with a thunderstorm in the evening. Occasional rain and a thunderstorm later at night. Watch for flooding, low 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
67 at O'Hare. Heavy rain falling in Worth and Summit right now, according to our radar. Drive carefully there on Harlem Avenue. 66 along the lakefront. 69 at Midway. Next news, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by McCann Insurance Services. Long-term care, critical care, and asset protection planning. Visit them online at radioltc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Nearly 23 million people watched the debate, CNN's highest-rated show ever. It's about as many viewers as American Idol's first season finale. And the person taking credit for all of that? Donald Trump, who's drawing a crowd of thousands to this rec center here in New Hampshire tonight.
Just the other day, 2 years old, 2.5 years old, a child, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine, now is autistic.
He is not someone that will pass the test of, do you want him sitting in the Oval Office as the most important person in the world?
We don't need an apprentice in the White House. We have one right now.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, Patrick Kane has turned himself in to the Blackhawks for training camp.
Yeah, he looked relieved to be there, because he wasn't sure if he was going to be asked back. He was in limbo for a while. He was hunkering down in his house and, outside of Buffalo, New York, and just,
right.
It was a wait-and-see game. But they invited him back, and the media was there waiting to ask him some pretty tough questions.
Right, and I'm going to defer to you on this because I know you have been prosecuting him in
I already
absentia.
convicted it.
You're shadowing the Buffalo prosecutors in terms of putting together your own case, trying him in the court of public opinion, as it were. And so I know you have found him guilty and you're moved on to the sentencing phase. But in terms of just kind of continuing to build the case for those of us who are straggling to still provide him the presumption of innocence, we want to make sure we stay updated on Kane's movements, particularly because, this is not like, this isn't like a presidential candidate or something. This is somebody who's important.
Well,
this is somebody we care about.
This is somebody we need on the team.
Right.
3-time MVP. He's just, you don't have to, I don't even have to talk about his skill level, but it's who he is as a person that people want to know about.
This is one of the things where, it finally registers. It's like, what the financial problems in the state of Illinois, they don't mean anything. Oh, we're not providing services to people with developmental disabilities. Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say we're not paying out lottery winners? That's right.
Well, that's
Stewardess,
network
are you
news.
telling us everything? No, we're also out of coffee, and then it's when mayhem breaks out. So that's the same thing here. When Patrick Kane is in the crosshairs, mayhem breaks out.
Well, yeah, because there was talk of not having him back at training camp until this issue was resolved, but this issue is not going away anytime soon. Grand jury postponed for at least 2 weeks that we know of. There might be another postponement after the 2 weeks. This could go on through the entire season. So yesterday I think it will.
Why?
Because I think they're going to drag this along just because they can, the prosecutors.
Why would they want to drag the case out?
Well, because they keep looking for more evidence, and they're going to see what happens with a possible settlement.
They're not going to drag out the grand jury. They wouldn't be going to the grand jury. They wouldn't have scheduled and now are postponing, but rescheduling a grand jury if he wasn't prepared, the prosecutor that is, to let the grand jury make its decision. And, we'll find out if he's going to advocate before the grand jury or if he's going to just kind of present whatever evidence they've gathered and let them make an uninfluenced decision. We'll see. But this is going to resolve itself before the first game of the season, I would.
Do you want to make another bet?
Sure.
Question is, do
you
I
owe me
want
$1 million? So why not?
Well, yesterday Patrick Kane was on the hot seat. Reporters asking him questions about that night in August when he allegedly sexually assaulted a woman in her young 20s after meeting her and her friend at a bar and taking them back to her house. But they also asked him questions about his drinking problem, which I watched the whole Raw press conference because I wanted to see, who was asking what and what was happening. And they asked him, you've had problems in the past with alcohol abuse. Was this alcohol infused? And
has he gone to treatment?
I don't know. I do not know. After he had not allegedly, but he attacked a cab driver in Buffalo after a night of drinking.
I thought the only people with alcohol problems are the people that go to meetings to talk about it. If you're not going to meetings, do you really have a problem?
Hi, my name is Patrick Kane, and I'm an alcoholic. But no, this is what he did when, people are asking him questions about all that.
We really can't comment about that right now. I feel bad that I can't answer that at this time. Keep it to hockey questions only.
Yeah, keep it to hockey questions, Dan.
Well,
hockey. Got to hit the ice.
What did you expect him to say?
Well, he did come out and he did apologize for the allegations surrounding him. Here, you take a listen.
I cannot apologize enough for the distraction this has caused my family, my teammates, this incredible organization, and of course our fans.
Yeah, boy.
Did you accept the apology?
It's Hillary apologizing for that server. He's in an impossible position in terms of trying to address this in any meaningful way because, of course, his attorney is saying this is a legal process. Do not talk about this outside of our conversations. So he's operating on advice of counsel, which is what he absolutely should do. I don't know. I don't know what apologies he owes anyone at this juncture because I just don't know. I don't know what happened.
Well, he has not been charged, and a grand jury again has been postponed. And he wants people to know, he wants the fans to know, Dan, that he is dedicated to hockey.
I am confident that once all of the facts are brought to light, I will be absolved of having done nothing wrong.
And he's, here, wait, let me play that.
That's the, those are the famous last words before it goes south. This is like,
Can I play it?
This is like when somebody says, we have complete confidence in manager/coach. We're 100% behind. It's that 100% behind you kiss of death. That whole, I'm fully confident when all the facts,
should
it's a little chilling.
Keep this in the audio vault?
I am confident that once all of the facts are brought to light, I will be absolved of having done nothing wrong.
Well, I hope he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I hope that's true, but I mean, how many times have we heard that statement from someone that goes on to go away for a while?
Yeah, well, joining him at the table was Blackhawks president John McDonough, who is standing by his man. But take a listen to what he says and how John McDonough says this.
It's been a challenging summer. Based on our discussions with his legal representatives, who are very close to this matter, we have decided to have Patrick join us for training camp here at the University of Notre Dame.
That's what Subway was saying too before.
Yeah,
Jared struck a deal. Again, I would put John McDonough in the same camp as the public in general. They know more because they're talking to Patrick Kane's counsel, but it doesn't mean that Kane's counsel is going to violate the attorney-client privilege. So he's only going to disclose so much,
according to my really good friend Dan Bernstein over there at the Score, he says that Patrick Kane has not been cooperating with Blackhawks top brass, that he's been referring them to his attorney.
That is cooperating because that's what Patrick Kane should do.
But aren't you, if you're in the family? I mean, if you're accused of something, would you and I? Well, probably not you, but I mean, if Caesar was accused of something,
why do you have to bring Caesar to this? What did he do?
I'm saying, wouldn't we talk about it? I'd have to talk to Caesar's attorney to ask him what was going on. I'd have to talk to your attorney. I mean, aren't you in a family that where you talk to each other?
No. The Blackhawks, not his family. His employer.
Okay.
And so I would say if I was counseling Patrick Kane, and I'm sure his attorney's doing the same, I would remind him that they're not his family, that they're his employer. What he says to them could have implications in terms of his future with his employer. So let's do it this way. I'm the attorney. This is a criminal matter. Shut the front door and let me handle this matter, because that's what the attorney is retained to do, and that's what Patrick Kane should let him do. And I understand the Blackhawks want to know more, but that doesn't mean
they're not getting more.
That doesn't. If as an attorney representing my client's interests, I wouldn't give them more.
I
would give them only as much as I need to make sure John McDonough is at the press conference with Patrick Kane. So I think I think that's the way to handle it. There's just no other way. Patrick Kane is looking out for his interests. His attorney's looking out for his client's interests. The Blackhawks are looking out for their interests, but sometimes those are not perfectly aligned.
But I'm very surprised that they let him back into training camp. And if you listen to what John McDonough says, it doesn't say he's back on the team. He's back here at training camp. So if something happens during training camp where he's officially charged with something.
Of course, there's always the right to change your view depending on the circumstances. But again, the Blackhawks, to preclude him from going to training camp would be to suggest that he is guilty of something without having been charged with anything. And, that's bad optics, too.
Well, here's Patrick. He's dedicated, Dan, to have a strong season.
I pride myself on starting off the season on a good note, having a good camp, and trying to use that to propel my way into the regular season.
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to put this behind him.
Text from 872. If you're absolved of having done nothing wrong, doesn't that mean you did something wrong? I'm going to contemplate that brain teaser during the break.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Stormy start to your Friday. Spectacular lightning show driving into work today, that's for sure. We'll have mostly cloudy skies. It's still humid out there. Thunderstorms early. Then again, later on in the day, a high of 78 degrees. Tonight, heavy rain and thunderstorms. And Saturday, there's going to be a stray morning shower, otherwise breezy with clouds, giving way to some sunshine. A high in the upper 60s. And on Sunday, partly sunny, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times. I'm sure the roadways are covered with water. Here's Jim Talamonte to tell us where that's happening.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. All kinds of traffic fun today. We've got a crash now on the eastbound Adams Tollway at Lee Street. It's in the right lane. Traffic is stop and go from Toohey to Lee. Inbound Eisenhower, the ramp to the outbound Ryan was closed due to flooding. It has just reopened. That's very good news. That would have resulted in some massive delays on the inbound Ike, but it's all okay now. In Niles, Gulf Road reopened at Greenwood after an overnight crash and investigation. On the northwest side, there's been a collision involving a pedestrian, Belmont and New England Avenue. It's east of Harlem. Downtown, you have closures of Columbus, Congress, Balboa, and Jackson for the triathlon this weekend, and once again will be a major issue around Grant Park. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
As a business owner, you understand that first impressions are everything. Keeping a professional company image can mean the difference between closing that big deal in your conference room or not. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning understands what it takes to create and maintain that image. In fact, more than 300 Chicagoland businesses trust Executive Green to keep their company's offices looking fresh, clean, and new. Whether you have a one-location office or a large commercial facility, Executive Green will clean and maintain your commercial carpet, office furniture, and even your restroom tile and grout. Their Eco Green cleaner won't leave a toxic residue, which is good for your employees and clients. Don't let coffee stains in dirty high-traffic areas ruin your image. Let Executive Green restore and renew your office or retail location. Call today for a free estimate at 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Serving the city and suburbs. Visit their website at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry my pillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to mypillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
Booty, backside, rump, keister, butt. They come in all shapes and sizes, and everyone's got one. Did you know colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths for men and women combined? When caught early through screening, colon cancer is 90% treatable. Join the Colon Cancer Coalition and the Chris for Life Colon Cancer Foundation for the annual Get Your Rear in Gear 5K Run and Walk Saturday, September 26th at Montrose Harbor. Help crush colon cancer. Details at coloncancercoalition.org/Chicago.
Rick Warren calls captive a must-see.
Police looking for Brian Nichols.
You scream again and I'll have to kill you. It's an amazing true story of the power of purpose.
God, please help me.
And the courage of compassion.
What is that? The book, The Purpose-Driven Life.
Read it to me.
God expects you to make the most of what you have been given.
Captive is the movie of the year.
Stand down!
Could you forgive me?
I don't know. Maybe God can.
Captive. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Now playing in theaters. For group sales and Night of Purpose tickets, go to captivethemovie.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, there's a book out. You're going to have to help me with these Scandinavian names.
Oh.
Gia Lundestad?
Lundenstad.
Is that right?
No, seriously, yes.
Say it again.
Londonstad.
Londonstad. Is that right? Is that how you say it?
You know, my real name is Jacobson.
Yeah.
Jackobs, 2 dots over the first S-O-N. And they came to this country in Ellis Island, like, nope, get rid of the K, get rid of the second S, and here you go.
I know, this country's overrun by Swedes.
How's that Swedish parade
Underreported immigration problem.
Shh, the Swedish mafia, you haven't heard of us because we don't want you to know we're here.
Right, yes. So exactly, they're preparing our food. So, Londonstad. I don't know why when you pronounce Scandinavian names you have to go up the register in terms of voice, but it's strange.
It's my grandpa and me.
In 2009, you recall Barack Obama, he's the president of the United States. He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize before he did anything.
And even he was surprised that he won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, and many drone strikes and other less than peaceful activities later. Lundestad, who is a former director of the Nobel Committee, is saying, to be honest, I do not feel I did. I'm sorry, that was Barack Obama saying at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Barack Obama saying at the time he received it. To be honest, I don't feel I deserve to be in the company of so many transformative figures who've been honored by this prize. That was one of those humble brags that we talk about so often. So he didn't really mean that, but it turns out that that's true. Lundestad now writing, many of Obama's supporters believed it was a mistake to confer him the prize, and it didn't achieve what the committee had hoped for. What they hoped for was to give Obama some momentum in his nuclear disarmament efforts by conferring him this prize for having not done anything.
Really?
It's
so it was a sign of encouragement? They wanted to give him that to encourage him to,
kind of a pat
to
on
create
the
peace in the future?
Yeah,
is this an episode of Heroes?
A pat on the butt. Go out there and get him. Go get him.
And here's $1 million to boot.
Yeah. So Lundestad's selling some paper across the pond there, Norway. Several of you have written that I believe the prize to Obama is a mistake, but then you have not read the book. Yeah, nobody's going to read the book, but except maybe the Nobel Committee. But essentially what he's saying is that it wasn't a mistake to give him the prize in his view. Mm-hmm. It's just that the prize didn't incentivize Obama to achieve
what they wanted him to achieve.
The waters to recede and peace on earth and buying the world a Coke and all of the kind of mindless happy talk that you get from Obama and apparently persuasive of the Nobel Committee. But I mean, let's remember, the Nobel Peace Prize has also been conferred to terrorists like Yasser Arafat.
Oh, that's right.
So this is just kind of the silliness, European style silliness that even infects the Nobel Committee. But it is interesting. At least they're conceding the point. At the bare minimum, they're conceding the point that this momentum they wanted to provide for Obama to transform the world into some vision of utopia that they apparently had in their heads back in 2009, that hasn't exactly happened. Not a less dangerous place, not a safer place, not a place that has been ridden of terrorism. People are getting along. Yeah. Historic hatreds have subsided. If everything has gone in the opposite direction that the Nobel Committee had hoped it would go.
It's the first time I saw the Nobel Peace Prize as a participation trophy. You know, like one of the they just hand out just because. Here, we want you to feel better about yourself, and we hope you do well in the future, son.
Worst participation trophy ever.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now, and if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under Testimonials and Tales of Wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with the those migraine headaches, get your insulin under control, feel more energetic, maybe having better sex, get that libido in gear again, discover why you eat for every emotion, and then get it under control. On medication and want to be off of it, whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
AM 560, The Answer.
Join me, Dan Proft, and thousands of like-minded individuals for the GOP Fall Rally. That's this Sunday, the 20th, from 1 to 4 p.m. Meet candidates in an informal and personal venue, visit local groups and organizations working to promote Republican principles, and enjoy a good old-fashioned ballpark cookout. The rally is taking place at the Fifth Third Bank Baseball Park in Geneva. For more details and to buy tickets, visit 560theanswer.com and search the keyword rally.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, 23 million people watched the second GOP debate. Trump was piled on and Fee Arena tears away from the pack. We'll have the highlights.
And should Amy go on welfare?
Yeah, we'll explain. Here, but first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, an appeals court strikes down the Obama administration's compromise on religious objections to the Obamacare conception mandate. Compromise allows religiously affiliated nonprofits to opt out of the mandate. The Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled Thursday the compromise still violates employers' religious freedom. The House will vote later today on a bill aimed at cutting all federal funding to Planned Parenthood for a year. The move, the result of Republican outrage over undercover videos that show Planned Parenthood officials negotiating prices for fetal tissue from abortions. Congresswoman Diane Black of Tennessee announcing she will introduce that bill meant to defund Planned Parenthood but keep the rest of the government operating.
We have a moral obligation to act against the nation's largest abortion provider, which receives $500 million in taxpayer funding annually. But in light of the recent videos implicating Planned Parenthood in their illegal trafficking of fetal tissue, we now also have clear legal reasons to take action as well.
The president has said he would veto any budget which may defund the organization. Donald Trump at the center of another whirling controversy. Only this time it's for something he did not say during a town hall meeting in New Hampshire yesterday.
Problem in this country, it's called Muslims. We know our current president is one. Right. You know he's not even an American.
We need this
birth
question.
certificates,
This
man.
The Trump did not correct that audience member who said that the president was a Muslim and not even born in this country. A friend of Charleston church murder suspect Dylan Roof will be in court this morning. Joey Meek yesterday was arrested by the FBI. The death toll from 2 Northern California wildfires now at 5 after 2 more bodies were found. Trading week winds up today as Wall Street is digesting the Fed's decision not to raise interest rates. 1,500 students in Prospect Heights, District 23, will be left out of the classroom for a 3rd straight day as teachers remain on strike. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner is calling on majority Democrats to back his legislative agenda or immediately pass their own balanced budget. Team behind George Lucas's Art and Movie Museum has released revised renderings showing more green space at the Chicago site, but no radical changes to the futuristic-looking building, stoking some passions in a city that's quite protective of that Lake Michigan shoreline. Images presented to the city council will show designers have shrunk the lakefront building while preserving its smooth, dune-like form that critics compare to Jabba the Hutt. Mayor Rahm Emanuel says it's loyal to Chicago's history of making bold architecture statements. Oakland beat the White Sox. Cubs over Pittsburgh, and only the weather could stop Jason Day, your first-round leader at the BMW Championship. The news service of Cabela's and their season countdown sale going on now. Find great deals like $120 off a Cajun Injector double-door smoker or 35% off select Cabela's camo rainwear. Don't miss Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Shop in-store or online at Cabela's.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Joe Walsh Show.
You see, I believe we should be at war. I know Democrats are at war. They wake up every morning and they think about and then they go to war on how can they take away more of what you make. Man, our founding fathers would be disgusted with us.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
536 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the northwest side, Belmont Avenue is closed east of Sayre at New England Avenue. There's been a collision involving a pedestrian. Palatine, there's a power outage around Dundee and Rand Road. Traffic lights are out at that intersection. On the inbound Eisenhower, the ramp to the outbound Rhine has reopened. It was closed earlier due to flooding. No significant delays to report on the Eisenhower. Same goes for the Edens for the Kennedy, though speeds are reduced due to the conditions. Stevenson outbound at Damon, there was a crash, quickly cleared. Inbound, it's a little heavy around Cicero now. The inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay coming into downtown. Bishop Ford slow starting at 115th. It's 23 minutes, 80-94 to the Rhine. Eastbound Adams tollway heavy, two-way to Lee after an earlier crash. Traffic is a service of Cabela's. Cabela's season countdown sale is going on now. Find great deals like $120 off Cajun Injector double-door smoker or 35% off select Cabela's camo rainwear. Don't miss Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Shop in-store or online at Cabela's.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy, humid. A thunderstorm early, and then late in the day, we could see some heavy rain again. High 78. Rain and a heavy thunderstorm possible this evening. Some flooding rains as well. Low 57. And then a stray shower on Saturday morning. Clouds giving way to sunshine and a high of 69. 67 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Solani and Associates, retail packaging and merchandising solutions. Visit Solani.com.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we've spent the first half of the first hour of the show not talking about Donald Trump. That is...
and he's mad.
That's going to have to be remedied right now. There is a story in Politico out this morning. New data shows Trump fever breaking. It's interesting. It's the way they're assessing, trying to measure Trump fever, as they say, is that he's being mentioned less and he's scoring a shrinking share of media attention. That doesn't necessarily mean the fever is breaking. It just means that some other relative political novelties, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but Carly Fiorina, who is now ascendant and then had that strong performance on Wednesday night, Ben Carson, who's in second position in Iowa and New Hampshire and in the national polls, they're competing for a share of some of the media attention. So it's not surprising, and frankly, it's still a challenge for some of the other candidates because that makes it even more difficult to kind of elbow your way in on some of the media attention in prime time. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to cede my time in terms of any further debate analysis to the greatest tandem since at least Peaches and Herb. Of course, I'm talking about
Ben and Tiller.
I'm talking about Diamond and Silks.
Is that the?
They're not the backup singers for Prince. These are two ladies who are
African American ladies
who are Trump supporters,
Yeah.
and they took it all in, nearly 5 hours of GOP debating on Wednesday night, and they fashioned a response.
Hey, y'all. Okay, so last night we looked at the debates, and here's our take on the debates. So let me go ahead on and start off with the trickery girl, Carly Fiorina. You know, Carly Fiorina, she sounds like a fake flower. Flower, yes, she do, honey. She sounds like one of those flowers you can get from the Dollar Tree. And I wouldn't trust her to lead me to my front door. I may just fall for her okie doke. And you know, the American people, we stand a better chance at being on that Titanic. Although we think that Titanic, I know it may sink, but up on the Carly Fiorina, we will probably drown. We don't want her in the White House. We don't want her around no house. No house for her. No house. We're not looking at her to be president.
Yeah. So you get a little flavor for it. I'm willing to consider amending the Constitution if Trump is the nominee to allow the vice president to be two people, to have co-vice presidents, Diamond and Silk, so that they could run together with Trump. By the way, they're kind of entertaining, and they also said that Bobby Jean, I don't even know what that means, that she's like a Dollar Tree flower, talking about Carly Fiorina.
Carly Fiorina sounds like a little fake plastic flower that you can buy at the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in the Dollar Tree? They have these plastic flowers with funny different names.
No, I don't know what
I
you're
shop
talking
there
about.
a lot, so I know exactly what Diamond and Silk we're talking about.
Yes, we'll get to your welfare application soon enough. But they also refer to Bobby Jindal as sounding like a Christmas ornament.
Yeah, like a jingle, jingle, jindle, jindle. Yeah, I see where the correlation begins. His name. Yeah, it's sharp. But last night, Trump, he was in New Hampshire keeping the party going. 23 million people watched the debate on CNN, Dan, because I was part of it. I was there. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm huge right now. So during his town hall, he decided to, do something a little different. He said, I'm done, talking. I'm done giving speeches. I want to hear from you guys. And this was the first question.
So I'm really honored by the crowd, and we're going to have some fun now, because instead of making a speech, which I've been doing over and over and over, I want to take questions. Don't we like that, right? Okay. All right, let's start with this group right over here. Come on. Okay, this man, I like this guy.
I'm from White Plains. Amen. Okay? We have a problem in this country. It's called Muslims. We know our current president is one.
Right.
You know he's not even an American.
We need this
Birth
question.
certificate,
This
man.
question.
But anyway, we have training camps growing where they want to kill us.
Mm-hmm.
That's my question. When can we get rid of
We're going to be looking at a lot of different things. And, a lot of people are saying that, and a lot of people are saying that bad things are happening out there. We're going to be looking at that and plenty of other things.
Now, again, lack of specifics, no plan. And he didn't stand up and say Obama is not a Muslim and Obama was born in the United States because I helped get his birth certificate. Instead, he just, it was very dismissive and very just strange. I mean, if that's the way he's going to lead the country, well, again, with lack of specifics and no decorum as a human being to stand up for not. I mean, you may not like the president, but respect the office.
I'll tell you what, Trump too is amazing what he's come back from, because anybody else 4 years ago who had have put on that circus act where he had a major announcement and the definitive proof, he certainly intimated, that President Obama wasn't born in this country, and he had a press conference and was a big nothing burger. Anybody else who would have perpetrated a fraud like that would have been marginalized to irrelevancy, and deservedly so. And somehow Trump has sprung back in a way that few could have anticipated.
You ran for office. What if somebody in a town hall meeting asked you that question or made a comment like that?
Yeah, there's no...
I mean, because it reminded me of John McCain in 2008 when somebody said Obama's an Arab, and he corrected her by saying, well, I have to tell you, Senator Obama is a decent person and a person you don't have to be scared of as president of the United States.
Yeah.
And he was running against him at the time.
And McCain was wrong. And those kind of,
Well, you mean you don't have to be scared as an Arab?
Well, look, you don't have to respond to every silly thing that every person says randomly on the campaign trail and get into protracted back and forth with people that are, want to prosecute the birther line of argumentation. It's silliness. I mean, I agree with you that it's silliness, but some people cling to it, like their guns and religion. But it's not. Trump's not responsible for what everybody else says around him.
Okay, so par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. These are the kind of whole trying to overanalyze every interaction Trump has with somebody. I don't know. It's just
that's what cable news is doing.
Well, I
last night and this morning.
I understand, but I mean, there are kind of bigger issues, and if Trump was a little bit more substantive, he could use the platform he's created for himself to talk intelligently about some of these bigger issues. Like, for example, this New York Times story that White House campaign. There's a White House is announcing a nationwide campaign as of yesterday to encourage legal immigrants to become American citizens. They're putting a push on for legal immigrants to become voting citizens because they think that is going to buttress their electoral interests in November of 2016. So, I mean, these are questions about, so on the one hand, we're talking about political asylum. We want to allow people here who are fleeing persecution. Everybody agrees rhetorically in the abstract that we need to do something about immigration. But now they're putting a push on to try and move 8.8 million legal residents to citizenship. I think maybe there's a little bit of discernment that needs to go on among those 8.8 million as well before citizenship is conferred. I mean, they go through the process like anybody else. I have no problem with that. But why do you need a national White House campaign to push it?
Because they need the votes.
Well, that's exactly right.
312-642-5600 is our number.
Ann, on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Ann. Hello, Anna. There you go.
You remember when Milosevic, they asked, were you basically nothing forever?
Ann, sorry, you fell down the bottom of a well. We can't hear you. Apologize.
Try and call back if you can.
Randy and Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
All right, what you just said was you think that Donald Trump, the things that he say, I hear an echo. The things that Donald Trump says, anyone else would say those things, they would be crushed. My point I want to make is that this is when a person doesn't give in to political correctness and speak their mind, they can do those things versus being like Scott Walker, who is a complete dweeb and will say whatever he has.
Okay, Randy, that echo turned into that was on Randy's side, not my side. I was happy to let Randy say his piece. So call back if you want, Randy.
It sounds robotic. Maybe it's the storm that's coming. Because when a storm hits, Dan, this is what we sound like.
I'll tell you what. It's interesting though. The most vociferous Trump supporters. I understand why he has appeal because they refer to everyone the same way he does. If you disagree with them or if you're not him, then you open with the ad hominem. I mean, does that ever get tiresome to people? It gets tiresome to me. Let's go. I don't know if we can go. Can you queue up in there, Greg in Sugar Grove? Hey, Greg.
Good morning. I just wanted to say, Amy, you're completely off on Trump because he's terrific. He really is terrific, and he's fantastic. He's terrific, and he's fantastic, and I don't know if you know this.
And he's amazing. And he's the
really
greatest.
rich and done some terrific deals. And the last thing I want to know is look at your voice. Do you really think this is a voice that should be saying these things?
Thanks for the call,
all I know is
Greg.
my voice doesn't sound like yours. You sounded like R2-D2 there.
I think that maybe. Thanks for the call, Greg.
I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No.
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, today mostly cloudy, humid, thunderstorms in the area. Then it'll clear up for a little bit, and later this afternoon they'll arrive once again, a high of 78 degrees. Tonight, heavy rain and a thunderstorm. And Saturday, we'll start off with a stray morning shower. Otherwise, it will be breezy, mostly cloudy skies, a high of 69. And on Sunday, we'll have plenty of sunshine, but still a little bit cool, a high of 70 degrees. Sure, there's standing water all over the roadways. With the latest, let's get it from Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Eisenhower, the ramp to the outbound Ryan has reopened after it was flooded. There is some high water at 63rd and State. Northwest side, Belmont, east of Sayre at New England Avenue. Belmont's closed. There's been a collision involving a pedestrian. There's a power outage in Palatine. Lights are out at Dundee and Rand Road. On the expressways, inbound Eisenhower, a little heavy past Manheim, just a 2-minute delay. Inbound Stevenson, still Harlem to Kedzie, and the ramp to the inbound Ryan is jammed. It's 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 21 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford already 23. On the Tri-State Tollway northbound, it's slow from the Mile-Long Bridge to before the Stevenson. There's some overnight road work that was done, some striping there, and it's not working. It's coming up, so that's causing drivers to slow down. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Looking to secure, financing on a new home or refi your existing home, then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Jack, financial planner at the area's largest local bank, income $350K a year, called to do cash out refinance. David helped Jack combine his first loan, HELOC, and take out $80,000 to pay his kids' private school. David asked Jack why he didn't use the supposed mortgage experts at his bank, and Jack told David he trusted David more than anyone in his bank's mortgage department. If you're thinking of calling a big bank for your mortgage, ask yourself this question. If a financial planner making $350,000 doesn't trust the mortgage experts at his bank, why should you? Good question. If you or somebody you know is looking to do a cash-out refi, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him, david at perldavid.com, or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois residential license, mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DB under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
This is John Greenhut. And if your teeth are stained from coffee, tea, or smoking, Power Swabs is the answer. In 5 minutes, you'll see 2 shades whiter teeth, and in 7 days, 6 shades. Even better, there's no messy strips or trays that you'll have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes, and you're done. To try Power Swabs, call 1-800-679-0969. About how great you look. Try it risk-free. 1-800-679-0969. 1-800-679-0969.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Martin.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Al and Marty. Deal with us.
Okay, kids, the campfire's out. Let's hit the road.
Dad, the fire's not out. It's still smoking.
No, close enough.
Come on, Dad, do your homework. If it's too hot to touch, then it's too hot to leave.
I knew that.
You're never too young to get your smoky on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at smokeybear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Shalom Klein. Join me each week for the Get Down to Business radio show. The show is packed with ideas that will inspire as you search for best practices to grow your business. Whether you are an experienced entrepreneur or just learning the ropes, Get Down to Business will tackle the issues affecting your everyday work life. Get Down to Business is powered by Camden HR. Exceptional workplace, exceptional people. Listen each week to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein. Heard Sunday afternoons at 6.
Which so-called
right
dangerous
AM
idea
560.
do you each think would have the greatest potential to change the world for the better if it were implemented?
That's for the next
Dan, let's start with you.
17 years.
Oh my God.
You got to give us a minute to think about that.
Population control. There's too many goddamn people on the planet. And I don't know if that's You know, I'm pro-choice. I believe that women should have the right to control their bodies. Sometimes in my darker moments, I'm anti-choice. I think abortion should be mandatory for about 30 years. That's a dangerous idea. She wanted a dangerous idea. So throw a chair at me. That is a very dangerous idea.
I actually have to think about it for a
Intellectual
minute.
discussions on your wealth acumen.
Translation? Join us each week for Smart Money Talk with Mike and Rob.
Smart Money Talk brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, helping you achieve financial security.
Send your questions to smartmoneytalk.net. That's smartmoneytalk.net. Then start your morning with Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and me, Rob Curtin.
Saturday mornings at 6 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Retirement planning. Have you given it any thought lately? Did you know that according to the Federal Reserve, Americans have a record high of almost $8 trillion sitting in savings and money market accounts? Got your attention now, don't I? Retirement planning. Of course you have questions. The good news, there are secure ways to increase your rate of return, create sources of lifetime income, and possibly reduce your income taxes as well. Join the Word on Wealth each week right here on AM 560, The Answer, as we break down the most common questions and problems facing today's retirees. You do not want to miss this. Our local specialist and featured guest, John Kelly, president of Kelly Financial Services, has over 20 years' experience creating income plans that help you achieve financial peace of mind. Listen at 4 p.m. every Sunday, and make sure you avoid the number one fear of retirees: running out of money.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer. You won't hear the traditional conservative views, nor the standard libertarian ones on the Yaron Brook Show. What you will hear is a discussion of Ayn Rand's radical fundamental principles of freedom, objectivist perspective on rational self-interest, laissez-faire capitalism, and individual rights. Yaron Brook invites you to the discussion. You'll be intrigued, inspired, and possibly angered. The Yaron Brook Show, Saturday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
It takes a lot of courage to face your own death, but I'm glad I finally did. See, I was putting off getting life insurance to protect my family, even though I knew it was important. Then my neighbor's husband died. I watched her struggle emotionally and financially. It really made me face reality. If my husband died, how would I pay the mortgage, the car payments, or keep up the life the kids and I had? I realized I needed to get us life insurance right away. So I called AIG Direct. In less than 5 minutes, I had a quote. I was shocked at how affordable it is. Just $14 a month for $250,000 of term life coverage. I feel so much better knowing my family has protection.
Call AIG Direct right now for a free no-obligation quote. The call takes less than 5 minutes, and you can save up to 70%. Call now, 1-800-503-6673. That's 1-800-503-6673. 1-800-503-6673.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, 2 bills going to the Hill to try and defund Planned Parenthood. We'll have the latest.
And Rainbow Doritos and anti-traditional marriage tied. We'll talk about a couple of consumer products at 6:06.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we are watching. Patrick Kane speaks out for the first time since being accused of sexual assault. Airline investigations continue into the cause of a computer glitch that grounded flights yesterday. Some Chicago area businesses are accused of bootlegging alcohol. From Indiana, Cubs outslug the Pirates. A's beat the White Sox. WIND, Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A government shutdown fight would be damaging and unwinnable for Republicans. That's what their leaders in Congress say as the budget showdown looms, with the Planned Parenthood funding a big issue. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Republican Congresswoman Diane Black is calling for a 1-year funding freeze to give Congress time to fully investigate claims the agency makes money off its tissue donation program.
There are more than enough lingering questions to stop the money flow.
The White House says it would be a mistake to link the fight over Planned Parenthood to a spending bill. Spokesman Josh Earnest.
The only thing that they're doing is proposing to cut off access to health care that millions of Americans rely on.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says holding up a spending bill over Planned Parenthood would be an exercise in futility. Dave.
Rachel, Donald Trump and 10 other Republicans running for president go to South Carolina today for a conservative forum, while Trump deals with new controversy over a question he took at an event last night in New Hampshire. Someone said Muslims are a problem, that President Obama is one and not even American, adding,
"We have training camps growing where they want to kill us." That's my question. When can we get rid of it?
We're going to be looking at a lot of different things.
Democrat Hillary Clinton quickly criticized Trump for not denouncing that rhetoric, not correcting what the man said about the president. Another European country overwhelmed by a flood of refugees, Croatia, closes its border crossings with Syria.
We saw chaotic scenes. People waited in their thousands, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people waiting for a train that didn't show up. They breached the police lines.
That's Sky News' Stuart Ramsey in the border town of Tavarnik. 2 more bodies found in burned-down homes in California. It's now 5 killed by 2 wildfires that have destroyed some 800 homes. The flames are better contained now. Evacuees are frustrated.
We want to go home. Our houses are all safe. We have our own water. What they can do, shoot us.
Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
A thunderstorm, 67 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. It will be another day at home for 1,500 students in the Prospect Heights District 23 left out of the classroom as teachers remain on strike and walking picket lines. Chicago Blackhawks player Patrick Kane addressing the sexual assault investigation against him for the first time, saying he has done nothing wrong and is looking forward to the opening of Blackhawk training camp today.
This has been an incredibly difficult time for many people. I cannot apologize enough for the distraction this has caused my family, my teammates, this incredible organization, and of course our fans.
Kane is accused of assaulting a woman last month near his home in the close to Buffalo, New York. 2 federal air marshals from the Chicago office have been suspended. A third resigned amid allegations that they hired prostitutes overseas. American Airlines flights to Chicago, Dallas, and Miami stopped for 2 hours by a computer problem that prevented passengers from checking in, the glitch preventing passengers at O'Hare and others from checking in for flights. An appellate court has overturned the murder conviction of a McHenry County man, providing another twist, according to AM 560's David Stewart, in an already convoluted case.
Mario Cacharo was convicted in a second trial in 2013 of causing the 2002 murder of Brian Carrick over a drug debt. But the appellate court has now found that the key witness, Shane Lamb, was unreliable when he said that he punched Carrick on orders from Cacharo, knocking him out. The case has been complicated by Lamb's later recantation and by the fact that Carrick's body disappeared from the store cooler where he was allegedly knocked out. Now Cacharo could be freed, but McHenry County prosecutors plan to appeal to the state Supreme Court, and that could delay his release. David Stewart, Chicago.
The Illinois Liquor Control Commission says bootlegging charges have been filed against owners of 7 Chicago liquor stores for illegally importing alcohol from Indiana. Attorney General Lisa Madigan charged 9 defendants in Cook County Circuit Court with sales tax evasion over $100,000. That is a Class 1 felony. Oakland over the White Sox 4-2. Cubs beat Pittsburgh 9-6. Jason Day, your leader, at the BMW. The news service of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. It's 3 p.m. and school's out for America's kids. And when school is out, clubs are in. It's time to support Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor Pharmacy.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. There's a power outage in Palatine, and the lights are out at Dundee and Rand Road. Northwest side, Belmont is closed east of Sayre at New England Avenue after a collision involving a pedestrian. Northbound Tri-State Tollway traffic is stop and go from 87th to before the Stevenson Expressway. There was some striping done overnight, and that's coming up off the roadway, so it's a pretty heavy delay now. The other tollways are okay aside from the rain. Edens, Kennedy, some heavy pockets, no significant delays yet. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57. 28 minutes already, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 425. Traffic service at the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, lots of non-stops, and parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A flash flood watch in effect this evening through tomorrow morning. Rather cloudy and humid today with a shower or thunderstorm early, then another late in the day, high of 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 68 at O'Hare as we celebrate National Cheeseburger Day. Today, your next news is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Nearly 23 million people watched the debate, CNN's highest-rated show ever. It's about as many viewers as American Idol's first season finale. And the person taking credit for all of that? Donald Trump, who's drawing a crowd of thousands to this rec center here in New Hampshire tonight.
Just the other day, 2 years old, 2.5 years old, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine, now is autistic.
He is not someone that will pass the test of, do you want him sitting in the Oval Office as the most important person in the world?
We don't need an apprentice in the White House. We have one right now.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Good morning. So, it's fun to mock Christians. It is fun to fund hate groups if they're hate groups of the left, people that are ghouls and savages. Turn your attention to two stories, Amy. Let's start with Doritos. Little bits of gold. Isn't that what Doritos?
Yeah. I love Doritos, but they leave a bad residue on your hands, Dan, and it gets all over the clothes, and then you have to use Tide to get it out.
Doritos, their slogan is "For the Bold."
Have you ever had the hot one? Hot Doritos?
No.
Okay. If you ever want to wake up, I suggest having one of those.
No, I don't think I'm going to be having Doritos anytime soon.
They're off your list?
Yeah, not just for health reasons. So For the Bold, this is bold in a certain kind of way. They're doing a limited edition rainbow-colored tortilla chips bag in honor of LGBT pride. Now, that's discriminatory because it's LGBT. That's limiting. Q.
Right.
And the other letters of the alphabet that mean all kinds of other things I can't remember. Press release on Thursday, Frito-Lay announced that Doritos Rainbows, inspired by the pride flag, are available exclusively to consumers who donate to the It Gets Better project.
Yeah, what is because I saw that hashtag yesterday on social media, It Gets Better. What gets better?
Mm-hmm.
The Doritos brand. What is this new advocacy group?
The partnership with It Gets Better. It Gets Better is a nonprofit that seeks to provide generic support, quote unquote, for young LGBT people. Okay. It Gets Better is headed up by the Dickensian named Dan Savage.
Oh, Savage Love on the Reader on Thursdays, yes.
Yeah.
I had a friend who made me get him the Reader every Thursday just so he could read that article.
I want to tell you who Dan Savage is, but I don't need to tell you because Dan Savage is going to tell you. This is Dan Savage at a forum called Adventures in Democracy in Australia, the Sydney Opera House in Australia, a couple of years ago. They're taking questions from the audience, and one young woman asked about a dangerous idea that would improve the world. Give us one. Savage was one of the panelists. Listen to the exchange, and Dan Savage's dangerous idea that would improve the world. This is who Doritos wants you to fund with your purchases.
So I'm going to go to a final question which you'll all be able to respond to, and in your own way. The question comes from Lisa Malouf.
Which so-called dangerous idea do you each think would have the greatest potential to change the world for the better if it were implemented?
Dan, let's start with you.
Oh my God!
One. You got to give us a minute to think about that.
Population control. There's too many goddamn people on the planet, and I don't know if that's I'm pro-choice. I believe that women should have the right to control their bodies. Sometimes in my darker moments, I'm anti-choice. I think abortion should be mandatory for about 30 years. That's a dangerous idea. She wanted a dangerous idea. So throw a chair at me.
That is a very dangerous idea.
I actually have to think about it for a minute.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know which is more disquieting, which is more of an example of the sentimental barbarism that afflicts Western culture. Dan Savage's response or the audience's response to Dan Savage's response. That's funny. That's an applause line. 30 years of mandatory abortion. I mean, and of course...
Don't they already have that in China, and it's, heart-wrenching for families? Does he have any clue what's going on?
Well, and also, too, I mean, this is always the point. There's too many people on the planet. Dan Savage, feel free to lead the way. Be the example you wish, the change you wish to see, as it were. But that's who you're funding. And could you imagine if there was a group that was center right, and they were led by someone who said anything on that sort, that kind of totalitarian population control,
Oh my
30
God.
years of mandatory abortion, but because he's a savage gay activist, and because he has a column in the Reader, this is okay. So here's the thing: the left does that the right doesn't. They know how to apply pressure, and their grassroots puts pressure on politicians effectively, including Republicans, by the way, and makes them afraid, and puts pressure on these normally weak-kneed corporations. If there was the kind of pressure put on Doritos or Frito-Lay that would be put on by not even the right, it's not even a left-right construct, by sensible people. By the way, Savage's underlying zero population growth advocacy turns out to be wrong. He's a neo-Malthusian idiot. This is the famous kind of Julian Simon versus Paul Ehrlich population bomb bet, which Julian Simon won because there's not too many people on the planet. That is a big lie that's told by the totalitarian left, and now we're funding it by buying, chips. It is preposterous. But if this was coming from a place where common sense people who have respect for human life, if they would put pressure on Doritos or Frito-Lay the way that the left would, if it was something that offended them, then this would be taken down because corporations and corporate leadership are normally ninnies. And Doritos is obviously doing this as a kind of a PR campaign to show how enlightened they are. Well,
they're trying to be hip. They're trying to be cool. But these Doritos
is
honestly,
aligning with Dan Savage? Is that hip? Is that cool? I'm not saying you are saying that. I'm just suggesting that's a question I'd like people to contemplate.
312-642-5600. I don't think the execs at Frito-Lay actually studied or looked into Dan Savage and his past and comments like that he just made. They're just out to be hip and be cool and be with it. And Dan, the Doritos Rainbows package, you can only get it online. So it's not going to be on store shelves because I'm sure some people who are against it would probably crumple the bag of chips and then put it right back on the shelf.
Well, I'll tell you what,
But you have to pledge $10 to It Gets Better Project, and then they'll send you a little bag of Dorito Rainbow packaged trips, and the Doritos will be rainbow colors.
And I don't care what your position is on marriage redefinition as it pertains to this. How can you support an organization run by a man who seriously advocates for policies like we just heard him advocate for? I'm incredulous, but I guess that's the order of the day. And a related story, Tide, Tide detergent.
It's the only one I use. It's the only one I can use it. I don't get a rash. I don't know what to do now.
Well, they have released an ad that mocks people who believe in traditional marriage. This is not an ad that Procter & Gamble, the parent company, of course, created, but it is an ad that was submitted and that they released, and they said, quote, "We do appreciate all of our Tide fans and how Tide to Go can save a wedding day. Here is the Tide ad."
Last chance to back out. Don't tempt me.
How offensive.
Excuse me?
I won't let you blemish the sanctity of marriage.
No, hang on a second.
Do you
Enough. This
know
is
what
totally
year this
inappropriate.
is?
You just...
There, flawless. Carry on, boys.
Why didn't you spot it?
No,
So
of
she
course,
pulls out one of those Tide pens
Yeah,
and
the
erases
blemish.
the stain on his shirt.
Right, the blemish and the sanctity of marriage is he's got a stain on his shirt. Then she carry on boys with a priest standing at the entrance to a church. It gives the impression that it's a Catholic church. And, they walk in to their wedding day, these two gentlemen.
What do you think? I mean,
it's funny. Believing in, the sanctity of marriage, it's funny. That is something to be ridiculed. In the age of don't bully people, everybody's viewpoints are equal. I mean, it's just the hypocrisy of the left and the weakness of corporate America as it pertains to wherever they perceive that hallowed 25 to 54 demographic is going in terms of public opinion. And then they help to foster the further deterioration of the culture, and we all celebrate it and go out and buy Doritos and Tide.
Roll Tide.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Soggy start to your Friday. It's going to be cloudy, thunderstorms in the area right now. Then they'll subside and return again later this afternoon, a high of 78 degrees. Tonight, heavy rain and thunderstorms. Saturday, we're going to have a morning shower, otherwise breezy, cloudy, a high of 69 degrees. And on Sunday, partly sunny, a high of 70. Let's see where the cars are, and if their standing water has cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Earlier, water had the ramp from the inbound Eisenhower to the outbound Ryan closed. That has receded. The ramp is open. Traffic's fine in that area. Though it is slow on the inbound Eisenhower from Manheim to Harlem. 36 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. Edens, Kennedy, just have some heavy pockets. No real significant delays yet. Inbound Stevenson, though, slow Harlem to Kedzie, and the ramp to the inbound Ryan's jammed. 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound at 18th, crash to the two left lanes. You've got a 5-minute delay there. I-57, 28 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 32. Northbound Tri-State stop and go 87th to before the Stevenson due to a problem with some overnight pavement striping. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. It's American made. There's a 10-year warranty on that bad boy, 60-day money-back guarantee. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, MyPillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
There is something about the road that beckons, that invites us to pack up the family and leave the world behind. And there is something about an industry-leading unlimited mileage warranty on a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz that gives us the freedom to do exactly that. You take to the highway, rack up the miles for up to 3 years, and drive with the assurance that your Mercedes-Benz is covered. You have the security of being in a car that has been certified to Mercedes-Benz standards, while you enjoy a carefree ownership experience for miles and miles. But while the mileage is unlimited, your time to take advantage of our certified pre-owned sales event is not. Now through September 30th, you can also receive complimentary prepaid maintenance and your first 2 months payments on us on select models, plus 3 months of Sirius XM satellite radio. So hurry into your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer today and see why we say the odometer is there to record the memories.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
AM 560, The Answer.
A lot of questions whether Joe Biden is really going to get in. Talking on, was he on Colbert or Fallon? I can't remember. Earlier this week, but suggesting he may push off his decision until Thanksgiving, and that was leading to questions as to whether he's really serious about getting in. Well,
but he'll miss the first debate if he pushes it off to Thanksgiving.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I need another gray hair up there, neither white person up there on
that also assumes that the
Democratic.
DNC is actually going to go through with any debates. But This overheard on a train from New York to Wilmington yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Josh Alcorn, who is an Obama flack that joined the Draft Biden super PAC within the last few weeks, was talking on the phone and was overheard saying, I'm 100% that Joe is in. Apparently, passengers couldn't help but listen to Josh Alcorn's conversation because he was speaking so loudly. He described having breakfast with Jim Torrey, an Obama bundler who he said wants to be the quote-unquote Penny Pritzker of the Biden campaign. Of course, Penny Pritzker was national finance chair for Obama's 2008 campaign. So it seems like this is very real. Alcorn was later contacted and confirmed that he did have breakfast with Jim Torrey, that Obama bundler, but he didn't confirm, of course, that Joe Biden is 100% in. But I think Joe Biden is getting in. I mean,
Really?
we'll talk to Brett Baer next hour about it, and we've got Tim Carney from Washington Examiner as well, see what they hear inside the Beltway. But I think he's going to get in, and it'll be very interesting to see if it makes a substantial difference. If he derails Bernie Sanders, if he really pulls anything from Hillary, I don't know what his value prop is exactly, and I don't pretend to know the minds of Democrats, nor do I want to advise them. But it's a guy who's been there in an outsider election, as witnessed by what's happening on the Republican side with Fiorina, Trump, and Carson, and what's happening with Bernie Sanders leading in Iowa and New Hampshire right now. What does Joe Biden offer that Hillary doesn't?
Aren't they cut from the same cloth? And if people are looking for an outsider, a non-established candidate, Biden's the ultimate insider. He's spent 40 years plus in the Beltway.
The only, maybe he could be the kind of the true heir to a third Obama term, and that'll be somewhat attractive to Democrat primary voters. But he's doesn't have an email problem. I mean, I get that, but
he probably doesn't have an email.
But he's also not a woman, and so he doesn't have the same appeal to those voters that are, kind of obsessed with gender identity politics.
Right, and he's not young and hip. What they're looking for are the youngins.
Yeah, like Hillary.
Yeah, she's really hip.
Yeah,
and Bernie.
He's not as spontaneous.
Do you know
Hillary
they all
is.
three have their ARP cards? Bernie, Hillary, and Biden.
They got their ARP cards a decade ago, 2 decades ago. I mean, they all have the ARP cards. I mean, this is not even close in terms of the graying of the great Democrat Party. I don't know. I just don't know if Biden can have the well choreographed spontaneity and good humor of a Hillary Clinton. That's what concerns me.
But he sure will try.
Let's go to Vin in St. Charles. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Donald Trump didn't correct the gentleman yesterday that said that Barack Obama was a Muslim. Was that his job to correct that guy?
He could have been the adult in the room and said, well, President Obama, because he went to make sure that he got his birth certificate. That's what Donald Trump did. So I thought Donald Trump would just say, no, he is an American citizen.
Is it Donald Trump's job to know what religion anybody is?
Thanks for the call, Vin. I mean, come on. Here's the answer. It's not his job. The answer is Obama says he's a Christian. So as far as I know, he's a Christian. I don't want to get into this, what is he really? These kind of Manchurian candidate arguments. It's just silly. Is it Donald Trump's job to correct everything everybody says in a forum that he's hosting? No, it is not. Is he responsible for everything everybody says? No, he is not. But he could show, it would be politically astute for him to do something like that, frankly, even if you just want to look at the straight politics of it. Let's not get distracted with conspiracy theories. Let's focus on the job at hand. And the job at hand is not to identify President Obama's religion. Let's take him at face value and move on, because it turns out Obama is past post. We're going to have a new president in January of 2017. So why don't we focus on that?
So don't buy that malarkey.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
Get out and have some fun. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a fun night out on the town. Grab your Sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music. Direct from Branson, Missouri is Denny Diamond and the Jewels, featuring the music of Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for lunch and a show for two. It's only $39 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22 will get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago. It's a unique blend of fast and funny improv comedy that is appropriate for all ages. This long-running show features two improv teams that play games in front of a referee or hit the waves and take advantage of the Sea Dog Extreme Thrill Ride or Lakefront Seaboat Cruise. A lake and architectural tour awaits you as well, all from Entertainment Cruise Lines. And if you want to get out of town, well, escape to Wisconsin. Purchase an overnight stay at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee. So check in every week for fun and adventure with your family and friends only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Whatever happened to that College of DuPage president who turned the campus into his personal taxpayer-funded playground? We'll have the answer when State Representative Jeannie Ives joins us at 6:36.
And the worst taxpayer state, we have the list. And are we on it? Don't hold your breath. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good Friday morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. We have some thunderstorms still crossing the area, 67 degrees. Donald Trump appears to be upsetting people because of what he didn't say this morning. During a town hall meeting in New Hampshire, Trump did not correct an audience member who said the president is Muslim and was not born in this country.
You know, a lot of people are saying that, and a lot of people are saying that bad things are happening out there. We're going to be looking at that and plenty of other things.
In Washington, the House votes today on a bill to cut all federal funding to Planned Parenthood. Republicans on the Hill and millions of voters around the country are outraged over undercover videos that show Planned Parenthood officials negotiating prices for fetal tissue from abortions. Now the White House this morning is accusing congressional Republicans of setting the stage for another government showdown.
Republicans in Congress have shown no interest in taking Democrats up on their offer to join them at the table to negotiate a budget that keeps the government open and prevents irrational cuts to our economy and our national security.
The government loses spending authority at month's end. Bushels of Apple users say their devices are crashing when they try and upload that new iOS 9 operating system. Twitter and other social media lighting up with complaints from folks reporting an error message telling them software update failed. People who own older models of iPads and iPhones say their devices lock up on a swipe to upgrade page. 1,500 students in Prospect Heights, District 23, left out of the classroom for a third straight day as teachers remain on strike there. Meantime, negotiations are expected to resume as the faculty at Rock Valley College continues to walk picket lines. 2 federal air marshals from the Chicago office have been suspended, and a third has resigned amid allegations they hired prostitutes overseas. The Illinois Human Rights Commission says public businesses in the state cannot refuse to serve same-sex couples based on religion. Administrative law judge Michael Robinson ruled it didn't make sense in his mind for a Paxton bed and breakfast to argue a same-sex civil union ceremony was outside the scope of services it provided to other guests. Major League Baseball is mourning the loss of Hall of Fame broadcaster Milo Hamilton, who passed away at the age of 88. Hamilton called Astros games from 1985 to 2013. Before that was the voice of the Atlanta Braves, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the St. Louis Browns, along with the Chicago Cubs. But his most famous call was this one.
There's a drive into left center field. That ball is going to be out of here. It's gone. It's 7:15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
Hamilton worked for 3 years in this town for the Cubs with Jack Brickhouse and Vince Lloyd. Not bad for a guy from the tiny town of Fairfield, Iowa. You did good, Milo. Chicago sports, Oakland over the White Sox, Cubs over Pittsburgh. And in the WNBA playoffs last night, it was the Sky over Indiana. The news service of the Milwaukee airport with all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager says something's got to give with the economy.
When are we going to pay the piper for all of this debt? Something is going to give, and it's in large measure because of terrible ideas. Like government can shape an economy. We have the highest corporate taxes in the world. Then we wonder why companies do business outside of the United States.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't miss Cabela's season countdown sale. Find great deals on all the gear you need for this season. Hurry into Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Shop in store or online at Cabela's.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
7:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The northbound tri-state has heavy delays from before 115th to the Stevenson Expressway. The roadway was briefly shut down. Crews had laid down some temporary, very temporary, pavement striping overnight. It started coming up, so the roadway was closed for a few minutes. It has just reopened, but it's still very slow in that area starting before 115th. Eden's inbound is 23 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 26 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. Inbound Ike, 39 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. The Stevenson is now 47 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 32. Traffic service of Cabela's. Cabela's season countdown sale is going on now. Find great deals like $120 off a Cajun Injector double-door smoker or 35% off select Cabela's camo rainwear. Don't miss Cabela's season countdown sale going on now. Shop in-store or online at Cabela's.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy, humid, maybe a thunderstorm early this morning, a late arriving thunderstorm, and then later this afternoon when we warm up again, we could see another shot at storms, high 78, and flooding rains possible overnight, low 57. 68 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by M.J. Miller & Company Jewelers, experts in the value of your heirloom pieces at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
All right, good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We are now pleased to be joined by State Representative Jeannie Ives. She's a Republican from Wheaton.
Oh, Pleasantville. Yes, sun always shines there. It's 80 degrees. Everyone's happy.
Birds chirp a little bit sweeter. It is God's country there. Jeannie Ives joins us to talk about the College of DuPage.
Oh, yeah, I made a reservation for tonight at that restaurant.
Waterleaf?
Yeah, with a wine cellar. I wanted to get a private tour.
Michelin 3-star. That you're not going to be able to do that. I know you didn't make a reservation because I believe it has been shuttered.
Yeah.
The taxpayer-funded playground that was the province of college president Bob Bruder, and we were on this story from the beginning, that appears to be going away, as does Bob Bruder, long overdue. Representative Ives, thanks for joining us. And so what happened last night at the COD board meeting that could facilitate Bob Bruder's exit?
Well, a couple things happened. One of the most important things is that Bob Bruder they voided his contract. So that was a 4-3 vote. And in voiding his contract, they make him an at-will employee. And once they do that, then it's far easier to then just terminate him and with another 4-3 vote because they're not sure they could get that 5th vote.
So they void the contract. That also, I assume, voids that golden parachute that he was scheduled to get before the last election.
Yes, because then the voided contract becomes the severance contract came out of the voided contract, or came out of that contract. I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback here, so it's really hard to have the conversation, but I'll try and muster on here. So he essentially then the severance contract would fall once the contract was voided. So that's their hope.
And so at a subsequent board meeting now they voided the contract, the second step is to then terminate him as an at-will employee, and then that's that with no golden parachute.
That's correct.
Well, who are the board members who are voting to keep him or to keep his contract?
Well, you have the previous board members that didn't want him fired in the first place. So you have Aaron Burt and Diane McGuire and Joe Wozniak, and essentially their position is that this is just going to cause more legal fees because he's going to sue over this.
And the other piece of this was the Homeland Security building, kind of part of the Empire building that Bob Bruder did at College of DuPage. The Homeland Security building, part of this deal that was negotiated to facilitate his smooth exit into retirement a couple years down the road, was that the Homeland Security building was going to be named after him instead of somebody that perhaps DuPage County was actually proud of. And so I know you were outspoken on that matter in terms of the naming of that Homeland Security building. What's the status of that?
So that vote went down as 4 in favor and 1 abstention and 2 opposed. So and the way that they did it is they said, look, we're not going to have it named for Bruder, but more importantly, we're going to have it named for a real hero that came out of our community, and that's Staff Sergeant Robbie Miller. So, we're thrilled with that result because Robbie Miller is a Medal of Honor recipient. He grew up in Wheaton. He formed a lot of who he became, came out of the Wheaton community. And when you're naming a Homeland Security building, I don't think it should be for a self-serving bureaucrat who decides to negotiate it as part of his severance contract. And that's exactly what Dr. Bruder did. He was extremely proud of that particular building. But what he doesn't realize is that he didn't build that building. That community built that building. And Robbie Miller's name was put forth by the community, not by me, but by a childhood friend and others at the January meeting when people found out that Bruder's name was going to go on that. They were just outraged. And AM 560, I know you guys started a petition to have it named for Robbie. And that petition has nearly 1,000 signatures on it right now. So this is something the community wants. And note to future boards, this is how you name a public building. You don't negotiate it in a contract. You decide who's deserving of that from the community when it's that big of a deal.
Well, Bruder sounds like an absolute egomaniac. What has he been up to lately? Have you kept tabs on him and his movements?
Nobody knows what he's doing. He refuses to comment for stories, which makes sense since there's a lot of lawsuits clouding him. but he's on administrative leave right now.
And then, so what's the process now in terms of the search for a replacement to Bob Bruder? So, perhaps the same mistake is not repeated.
They did actually also pass a resolution last night that set up the presidential search committee. I am on that committee, which I am thrilled to serve in that capacity as a taxpayer watchdog. But they think that maybe the process will be complete by January.
And also, too, I know you sponsored legislation in Springfield that deals not just with the College of DuPage. This has been the bad example in terms of community colleges in the state, but sometimes people don't pay attention to what's happening at the community college, which is a taxing body, or their local school district, or their municipality, but focusing specifically on community colleges and the kind of negotiated golden parachute that I keep referencing. What have you advanced that would prevent this from happening at any community college in Illinois?
Great. So my bill passed both the House and the Senate, and the governor we have a signing ceremony with the governor on this coming Monday. And this limits the contract to 4 years, and it limits any sort of severance agreement to 1 year plus benefits, 1 year compensation. And it also says that you have to do this in the light of day. You have to make sure the taxpayers know what they're having to pay for in the future, which is huge because part of the problem with Bruder's contract is that people really did not know what the board was approving, so they couldn't weigh in. And that and actually there's a technical violation of the Open Meetings Act, which the DuPage prosecutor refuses to prosecute on, which is why we're having to do this voiding of the contract in this way.
All right. State Representative Jeannie Ives, Republican from Wheaton, thank you so much for updating us on COD and the legislation that's going to become law to prevent what happened at COD from happening again. Appreciate your time.
You bet. Thanks.
She joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy today, humid. Some thunderstorms have rolled out of the area there in northwest Indiana, southeastern Michigan right now. But we do have a chance of a shower through your pop-up storm later this afternoon, a high of 79 degrees. Tonight, heavy rain and thunderstorms. And then Saturday, we'll start off with a stray morning shower, otherwise breezy, clouds giving way to sun, a pleasant high of 69 degrees. And Sunday looks terrific for your Bears-Cardinals game. It'll be partly sunny, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times if things have cleared up and if water is dissipated. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Roads are wet. Allow following distance. No flooding closures right now. There was a closure of the northbound tri-state between 115th and the Stevenson to clean up some overnight pavement striping that went bad. Everything's reopened now, but we still have very heavy delays on northbound 294 from Cicero Avenue to the Stevenson. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow Toohey to the Kennedy. Veterans Memorial slow from before Maple to the Reagan Tollway. The Edens, 23 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 25, there's a truck off the roadway near Willow. The Kennedy, 26 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 27, the Eisenhower's 45 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 37, Stevenson now jammed from the Des Plaines River Bridge to Kedzie. It's 54 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, jamming up from Soldier Field to around Jackson, with the triathlon closures around Grant Park that's likely to get a lot worse before it ever gets better. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Corporate Development's economic reports. The Fed's no vote on raising interest rates, all influencing the market's direction today. Those stories next.
I believe in the American entrepreneur. The small business owner is truly the backbone of the American economy. Hi, I'm Steve Cooper, co-founder of Ursop.com, the entrepreneur rollover stock ownership plan. My partner Karen Franklin and I started Ursop.com over 15 years ago because we're on a mission to help as many people as possible open and run their own businesses, simply, quickly, and easily by using their own retirement funds. Then 3, 4, 5 years later, put the money back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Then you'll have the business and the security of the retirement funds, too. We recently worked with a gentleman who accomplished this in only 9 months. Ursop.com can set it up for you in about 2 weeks. It's pre-approved by the IRS, and it's totally legal. We've helped thousands of people achieve the dream of being their own boss. Give us a call, and let's talk about how we can help you, too. call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. 866-MY-ERSOP.
Global investors reacting to the Federal Reserve's decision not to raise interest rates and what it means. Some on Wall Street credit Federal Open Market Committee members for recognizing that our economy isn't yet strong enough to endure an interest rate hike, even a small one. Others interpret the Fed's 9-1 vote against raising interest rates as a punt. That debate and reaction to economic reports influencing action in both the stock and bond markets, investors reacting as well to the index of leading economic indicators and minutes from the Bank of Japan's last meeting on monetary policy. Baker Hughes' latest report on oil rigs now operating in the United States likely to have an impact on crude prices. October crude begins the trading session near $47 a barrel. And please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. Check out an interview I did with Obamacare and health insurance expert C. Stephen Tucker that is now posted. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500, but I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy, I had no idea how bad things had gotten for you.
Well, my youngest son came home from school yesterday and gave me this piece of paper and said, "Here, Mom, the school wants you to fill this out, and then I can bring it back tomorrow because it's due on Friday." And I said, "What is it?" And I started looking at it, like, SNAP. This is a SNAP form, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And he received one because they're Hispanic, their last name, so they think that all Hispanic people are poor. And
who does?
Oh, CPS. Yeah. So I filled out this Supplemental Nutrition Assistant Program form yesterday, the SNAP form.
That's a fun family activity.
Yeah. I mean, and it's benefited, the benefits are provided through an Illinois link card. So I filled out the information correctly. Honestly, I signed it because I wanted to make sure, I'm kind of testing the system to see if they'll actually look at the annual income plus child support that I receive. And I'll find out whether or not I'll get my Illinois link card in the mail. But the thing is that the school, they think anybody who's Hispanic needs help. So with the last names a certain way, they, like 1 year they thought Russell, he was an ESL student, English as a second language. His report cards came to me in Spanish. He was getting pulled out of class and having one-on-one tutoring for a year. And I went in several times and said, look, English is not a second language in our home. English is our first language. Spanish is sometimes spoken, but not even in that much. But they said, no, he's in the program now. We're going to go through this. And it was fine with me because he got one-on-one tutoring.
The password is private school.
So
yeah.
Am I bad? Am I wrong for testing the system to see if they just look at the Hispanic last name to see whether or not they actually look at the annual income and the child support that I receive. Because it's a 3-person family. That's how it's listed. And I had to put everyone's, name, birth date, not social security numbers, but I actually filled out a SNAP form. It was easy. It took me, 5-10 minutes max. And I'm going to submit it and see what happens. Is that wrong to test the system? 312-642-5600.
It's a cagey way to try and get a raise here. If you get a link card, it's kind of.
Dan, I'll take you out to lunch. Hey, I got this. Let me pull out my link card.
No. I'm good. Wow.
So, but this is what I've experienced. I'm obviously.
Although with your link card, we could go get a couple of lobsters and have a really a bottle of wine. Very nice lunch. With the link card, because then it's not like we're paying for it.
But this has been going on for. It's very strange, growing up a white woman from Mount Prospect and having Hispanic children. Because I remember applying at a magnet school, and she looked at me and I said, I have 2 children, and I filled out the application, and she said, no, we're not taking any more kids. And then she looked at my application and she saw my kids were Hispanic, and I'm walking out the door. I'm not kidding you. She's like, stop, wait, come back. You know what? Your kids are Hispanic. Come here. You know what? Here, fill out. Here's the second application for it. It's unbelievable. And I ended up not going to that school and staying in our neighborhood school, but it's just fascinating to me, the preferential treatment that minorities get.
So fascinating on so many levels. It's difficult to know where to begin. Maddie in Orland Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. They will continue to push those applications as much as they can, because the more kids they have on those programs, the more funding that they receive from the federal government.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Maddie. Appreciate it.
Yeah. It's and that's what I was thinking too, that this could just. Last year we received free lunch, everybody, regardless of economic status. If you made $3 million a year or $10,000 a year, everyone in Chicago at CPS got free lunch because it was an election year.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a free lunch, as your favorite economist is one to say. Karen in Wakanda.
Hi, I work in a school, and why she made ELL program is because of the Homeland survey that you fill out when you register for school.
Karen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. We're having some technical difficulties with our phone system there, so I apologize for that.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
Well, after I filled out my SNAP application, I put some Chamonix on my face. Many people wake up saying, gosh, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. And if that sounds like you, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. I use it. I love it. I noticed a really just a difference right away. It tightened up the skin. It made my skin glow. You should try it too. And with its instant effects, you will see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. That number is 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. Again, that number, 800-525-8323. You have nothing to lose, so give it a try. Call 800-525-8323.
Dad, this is fun. I didn't think I liked kayaking.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I think it's time to head back in.
Okay. Can we come back?
Sure. Hey, be careful getting out of the boat.
It's a kayak, Dad.
I'm going to return the kayak.
Can we walk home?
How about a taxi?
It's a short fare from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a neighborhood park or green space near you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
For more than 40 years, Steel has built outdoor power equipment here in America and sold its products to professionals and homeowners through servicing Steel dealers. Built in America, believing in America. That's Steel Strong.
Steel Strong. Running grow #1. Steel Strong. Yeah, I'm feeling.
A majority of Steel products are built in the United States from domestic and foreign parts and components.
Steel Strong.
Find a dealer near you at steeldealers.com.
The annual Civil War Collector Show and Sale is this Saturday, September 19th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at DuPage County Fairgrounds in Wheaton. Brought to you by ZircoPromotions.com.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
It's an exciting time here at the Highland Park Superstore.
That's right, Al. There's never been a better time to buy.
All of our incredible cars.
All at the lowest prices of the year.
No gimmicks, no slick sales talk.
No goofy spokesman.
No big inflatable apes at the dealership. Just great cars at great prices.
You sure about the inflatable ape? I like those.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Maybe just a little one.
Can someone get Marty a monkey? This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
13-year-old takes it to President Obama in a very entertaining fashion. We'll have that at 7:07.
And Brett Baer, hopefully at 7:07. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to a man who's having a great day. Here's Mike Scott.
WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump's been under fire a lot for things he said running for president. Now there's controversy over what he didn't say. At a campaign event last night in New Hampshire when he took a question.
We have a problem in this country. It's called Muslims. We know our current president is one. Right. You know he's not even an American.
We need this
Birth
question.
certificate,
This is the
man.
first question.
Well, the man went on to ask if they have terror training camps and when can we get rid of them? Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Hillary Clinton took to Twitter to say that the Republican not denouncing false statements about the president and hateful rhetoric about Muslims is disturbing and just plain wrong. Trump let the question slide and responded that we're saying we're going to be looking at a lot of things. Some conservative groups have put out stories that claim the government knows about terror training camps in the U.S. In a statement, Trump said the media wants to make this issue about Obama and that the bigger issue is that the president is waging a war against Christians in this country. Dave?
Rachel, the House could vote today on a bill to block funding to Planned Parenthood. The White House, though, plans a veto. Some Republicans want a budget showdown that could lead to a partial government shutdown. Croatia is overwhelmed. The latest country in Europe dealing with the migrant crisis. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, after Hungary closed its border earlier this week, maybe 14,000 migrants headed west to enter Croatia instead. But that led to chaotic scenes as Croatian authorities quickly became overwhelmed. It's now closed border crossings with Serbia. Croatian Prime Minister Zoran Milanovic saying, "We have a heart, but we also have a brain, and the country can't cope." Croatia now plans to redirect migrants to Hungary or Slovenia, but both those countries were already taking steps to keep migrants out. Dave?
Simon, the debate over whether women should be in combat roles in the military may put the Marines at odds with other services. The Corps expected to ask that women not be allowed to compete for several frontline combat jobs, triggering a debate whether the Navy Secretary could veto that request. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
67 degrees, mostly cloudy skies at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 1,500 students idled again today in Prospect Heights District 23, shut out of the classroom for a third day as teachers remain on strike. The dispute continues over salary. Meantime, negotiations are expected to resume later today as faculty at Rock Valley College continues their strike. Blackhawks player Patrick Kane addressing the sexual assault investigation against him for the first time, saying he's done nothing wrong and is looking forward to opening training camp with the Blackhawks.
This has been an incredibly difficult time for many people. I cannot apologize enough for the distraction this has caused my family, my teammates, this incredible organization, and of course our fans.
Kane is accused of assaulting a woman last month at his home near his hometown of Buffalo, New York. He's confident, he says, he will be absolved. Aaron Schock has submitted 72 more documents to a federal judge that he's now arguing should not be released to prosecutors. As part of an investigation into the former congressman, the Journal Star is reporting That Schock's attorney filed a memo with the U.S. District Judge Sue Myerscough. The judge will review the 72 documents along with others to see if they should be given to prosecutors. A grand jury has been meeting all summer in Springfield over that issue. Trustees of a suburban college have voted to void the contract of its embattled president about a month after beginning the process of firing him. College of DuPage trustees voted 4-3 last night to void Robert Bruder's contract. He's on paid administrative leave and is set to retire in March. The board attorney says the board contends it now doesn't have to give Bruder a severance package of nearly $763,000. Trustees also voted 4-2 to nix plans to name its Homeland Security Education Center after Bruder. Instead, the building will be named after Army Staff Sergeant Robert Miller, a Wheaton native who died while serving in Afghanistan in 2008. Chicago sports, Oakland over the White Sox 4-2. Cubs beat Pittsburgh 9-6. WNBA playoffs, Sky over Indiana. Denver scored 2 touchdowns in a 9-second span in the fourth quarter, pulling out a win over the Chiefs in Kansas City last night, 31-24. The news, a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable members. Learn more at unbound.org. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560, The Answer.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free office or meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Contour Next. Accuracy you can trust.
7:06, time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort and time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonti.
Thanks, Mike. The northbound tri-state is jammed Cicero Avenue to the Stevenson Expressway after an earlier problem with the overnight pavement striping. Eastbound Adams Tollway traffic is slow. Barrington Road to Roselle Road and then 2-way to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway heavy. Farnsworth to 59. Veterans Memorial. Stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Edens runs 28 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 36. It's a truck off the roadway at Willow Road. Kennedy 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 35. Inbound Ike 50 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 37. The Stevenson is 55 minutes now. From 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39. The Ryan 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive. It is stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson, and southbound now slow from Jackson to 18th. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Flash flood watch in effect this evening through tomorrow morning. Cloudy and humid with showers and thunderstorms today, high 78, then periods of rain, some heavy tonight with a thunderstorm in the evening, occasional rain and a thunderstorm later at night. Watch for flooding, low 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
68 O'Hare, next news 7:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Nearly 23 million people watch the debate, CNN's highest rated show ever. It's about as many viewers as American Idol's first season finale. And the person taking credit for all of that? Donald Trump, who's drawing a crowd of thousands to this rec center here in New Hampshire tonight.
Just the other day, 2 years old, 2.5 years old, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine, now is autistic.
He is not someone that will pass the test of, do you want him sitting in the Oval Office as the most important person in the world?
We don't need an apprentice in the White House. We have one right now.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Good times.
From the mouths of babes, and the children shall lead us. 13-year-old C.J. Pearson from Georgia did a little video responding to President Obama's invitation of Ahmed Mohammed, the freshman from Irving, Texas, who was arrested for making a digital clock. Here's C.J. Pearson from Georgia, who is the executive director at 13 years old. Boy, ED.
Wow, really?
How about it? He's the executive director of a group called Young Georgians in Government. And he had a pointed and well-stated message for the President of the United States. And here it is.
This is going to be quick, because in all honesty, I think I can do through this quick and still make my point. Now, Mr. President, when Kane was gunned down by an illegal immigrant, you didn't do anything. You didn't even call the family. You didn't invite them to the White House. Is that okay? I don't think so, Mr. President. And to go even further, Mr. President, when cops are being gunned down, you don't invite their family to the White House. You never did. But when a Muslim kid builds a clock, well, come on by. What is this world that you're living in? You know, when the shooting in Chattanooga happened, it took you longer to lower the flag to half-staff than it took you to light the White House in rainbow colors after the SCOTUS decision legalizing gay marriage. Mr. President, what are your priorities here? What are your priorities? Because in all honesty, I think you're being ignorant, I think you're incompetent, and I think you don't understand reality.
C.J. Pearson just went
Wow.
and brought it.
He's 13 years old?
Yeah.
Prepubescent guy like that? He's got a mind of his own. I love it. He called out the president. Good for him. Did the president respond? Is the president going to be inviting him to the White House anytime soon? Or maybe Boehner will invite him?
Maybe he'll organize a beer summit between C.J. Pearson and Ahmed Mohammed. But yeah, it's nice to see the 13-year-old imbue me and this country with a little bit of hope that there are young people that even at the as you say, pre-adolescent age of 13, is that adolescent?
Yeah.
That you kind of get it.
Well, do you think?
And you can give it.
And you could give it too. But I mean, it's not only the president. Mark or Zuckerberg from Facebook has invited him, that kid, to go to. To visit Facebook, to go to Northern California. Google has asked the kid to enter the science fair. But for Barack Obama to invite this child to the White House, I thought was way, way, way out of the realm of the office of the presidency.
Well,
he picks and chooses what positions and what people he wants to support without considering other people's feelings, without other people's families.
It's just moral preening by the president.
But he's still trying to stay hip and cool. Maybe he can introduce him to his daughters.
It's not hip and cool. This is the same thing as Trayvon Martin. My son would look like Trayvon Martin if I had a son. It's the same turning the Hadiya Pendleton murder into a cause celeb to show kind of how connected they still are to Chicago and to street violence for law-abiding families whose children are caught in the crossfire in places that Barack Obama used to represent as a state senator and, frankly, as a U.S. senator. It's moral preening. No matter what catastrophes happen on his watch, no matter what he does to facilitate those catastrophes, to manufacture those catastrophes, he always occupies the moral high ground. And so he picks and chooses. Kevin Williams had a good piece on the Ahmed's clock issue, talking about the zero tolerance policies in schools. And he essentially says, well, wait a second. Is this a case of Islamophobia? And to some extent, it's an eye of the beholder type of question. But he makes the point that when you create a culture of paranoia, which is what we've done at K through 12 schools, then it's hard to criticize people for being paranoid. So, to me, the response was over the top. It was devoid of common sense and an assessment of the actual circumstances in the case of the clock that Ahmed brought to his teachers to kind of show off, and because he was proud that he had put together this little invention. But the culture is the problem. And so, as Kevin Williamson writes, he didn't think the digital clock looked like a bomb, but it looked a heck of a lot more like a bomb than a half-eaten Pop-Tart in the possession of a 7-year-old in Maryland that allegedly looked like a gun and got the child suspended. It was surely more reasonable to think that those circuit boards constitute a bomb than to think that the bang-bang hand gesture of a 10-year-old in Milford, Massachusetts constituted a serious threat to shoot somebody, but he was taken into custody. Taking another example of the 8th grader taken into custody over wearing an NRA T-shirt. So when you create this culture and then you have a Muslim American student like Ahmed bring this suitcase to work, and you've got people that are paranoid and on edge and devoid of common sense because that's the regime we've imposed, then it's not surprising that this would occur either. What President Obama and the left don't want to do is confront the confiscatory culture, the wrong-headed culture. They just want to make Ahmed cause celeb to occupy in their own minds the moral high ground when it comes to treating people of different races and faith traditions equitably.
That's the thing. Do you think that they thought he was being racially profiled? That if his name was Proft or Jacobson or Olson or White, that he wouldn't have been arrested? But since he is a Muslim student, Ahmed is his name, that he was arrested simply because he's Muslim. Now, I have kids in school. If I saw that intimidating suitcase, that clock that was a maze of wires connected to circuit boards, I don't want that. And I said that yesterday. I don't want that in the school. He brought it in to try and impress his teacher. But to the extent that if his name was a different last name, would he have been treated the same way? I mean, do you think that's why the White House is saying, come, we're going to accept
That's
you.
why he's being invited to the White House. Yeah. His father thinks it's an instance of Islamophobia. I think it's an instance of this cultural imbecility. That's what I think. He's going to be famous for how he was treated, and hopefully he's kind of handled it very well, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Just to give a little sense, we heard from this 13-year-old C.J. Pearson from Georgia. Let's hear from Ahmed.
My hobby is to invent stuff, and I do a lot of stuff. For example, inventing this type of stuff right here, Transformers. You get what I'm saying here. But I made a clock. It was really easy. I wanted to show her something small at first, but they took a wrong point of it and they thought it was a bomb. So I got arrested for a hoax bomb. An officer and the principal came and took me up, and they took me to a room filled with 5 officers, which they interrogated me and searched through my stuff and took my tablet and my invention. And then later that day, I was taken to a juvenile center detention center where they searched me. They took a fingerprint and mugshots of me, and they searched me until my parents came, and then I got to leave the building and the station.
Yeah, so I think the treatment was again imbecilic, but I would suggest that Ahmad didn't get treated worse because he was Muslim. He got treated better. Because if his name was Dan Proft or Amy Jacobson, we wouldn't be talking about the story, or we'd be talking about the story in passing as another example of the 7-year-old with the felonious Pop-Tart whose name we don't know, who didn't get invited to the White House.
Right.
Because he is Muslim American, everybody is rallying. Everybody, particularly on the left, again wants to occupy this moral high ground. They're rallying to him, inviting him to the White House, inviting him to Facebook's corporate headquarters, so on and so forth.
He was on Good Morning America yesterday, and we'll have that.
Another example.
Yeah, Good Morning America, CNN, MSNBC. I mean, he's made the rounds, and his goal, he told Robin Roberts, I want to go to MIT. And so what has happened? MIT immediately within the hour, Dan, wrote to him, reached out to him, said we would be honored to have you be a student at our school. If you keep up your grades and do what you need to do and score well on your SATs, we would love to have you here.
Yeah,
at MIT.
This isn't.
So he'll probably end up getting a full ride to MIT.
Well, this isn't Ahmed's problem. I'm not blaming the kid. He did nothing wrong. Seems like a bright kid and a nice kid. Seems like like a tech nerd, regardless of his faith tradition or the color. It's all irrelevant. There's nothing wrong with Ahmad in this situation. The problem here is our culture.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some gray skies greeting us this morning. The thunderstorms have moved off to southeast Michigan. We'll have cloudy skies, but we can't rule out a chance of another shower late this afternoon, a high of 78 degrees. Tonight, heavy rains and thunderstorms. Watch for flooding in parts, a low in the 50s. Saturday, there's going to be a stray morning shower, otherwise breezy. Mostly cloudy skies. Some peaks of sunshine by the late afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. And on Sunday, a great day for your Bears-Cardinals game, kickoff at noon. It'll be partly sunny, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times for this Friday morning and say hello again to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Northbound Tri-State, it's stop and go from Crawford to the Hinsdale Oasis after some earlier pavement striping problems. The Adams Tollway eastbound, slow going 2E to the Kennedy. Northbound Veterans Memorial, stop and go from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. The Edens inbound is 32 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 36. It's a truck off the roadway at Willow. Kennedy now 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 33. The Ike 50 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40. The Stevenson 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford 35 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
When you buy a new house, you don't buy the first one you see. When you sell your house, you don't choose the first real estate broker you hear about. You choose the agent backed by the most powerful brand in real estate. And that agent is Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. Ed doesn't need to offer gimmicks like promising to buy your home because he can't sell it or 24-hour listing agreements. Ed does offer the promise of hard work and an aggressive, innovative marketing plan to sell your home. The most compelling reason to call RE/MAX Professionals is the best. Ed Lukasik Jr. has closed over 1,600 homes since 2008, giving him the knowledge and experience most agents can't obtain in their whole career. The average real estate agent closes 7 homes a year. Ed sold over 229 listings in just the past year alone. So make the right choice. Choose RE/MAX Professionals to list your home. Get an in-person market analysis straight from Ed. Call 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844 or hire ASI.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Do we dare try, Dan? 312-642-5600 is our hotline. We've had some problems with it, so we're going to test it out again.
We're talking to Ahmed about Ahmed's clock and the president's moral preening. Jeff and Gurney.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for taking my call. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Jeff.
I think it's, that little kid that ate the Pop-Tart. I didn't hear him getting any offers from Sturm Ruger or Smith & Wesson to come over and build guns for him. And the problem that I have, I'm sure he's a good kid, but what if it was real?
Yeah, we've talked about this argument before, but let's walk through this.
Yes, let's walk through this, because it is an intimidating object that he brought to school that was not part of a science fair. He was trying to impress his teacher.
Okay.
Well, what if this was real? You assess the actual item before you and the context of it. Ahmed goes to an English teacher, not one of his engineering teachers, but he goes to his engineering teachers to show it off. An English teacher finds it intimidating, so she triggers all of this. You look at it, you know that Ahmed is a student who's good at science because you know who your students are. He brings it to you and says, look at this digital clock I invented that is not connected to C4. And so this what if it was a bomb argument is idiocy.
I don't think it's idiocy, Dan.
Oh, I'm not done explaining why it's idiocy.
Okay, then let me explain why it's not. But go on.
No, please.
No, it was a maze of wires in circuit boards that were connected to circuit boards, and it was his English teacher, not his science teacher. And I think he's hot for teacher. He's trying to impress her with his scientific inventions, and look at this. And she was scared. And as a teacher, you have a responsibility to take care of your students. So she went to the principal, who called then the police. Handcuffing him was a little much. But they didn't. They didn't treat it as a. They didn't evacuate the school.
Thank you, General Honore. Stuck on stupid. I appreciate that response. It's exactly what I'm talking about.
Wow,
Bill,
and having a bad day and taking it out on me.
Stop your crybaby nonsense. Grow up. You want to take that position, then defend it. Bob in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, I agree with you. It's absolutely a culture. It's a culture of Islamophobia. It started from the top down. You can look at the question that was asked to Donald Trump last night about getting rid of all Muslims. And then you can look at the mayor of Irving, Texas, who wanted to banish all the Islamic civil courts. I mean, religious courts have been set up by Jewish religions and everybody else, but nobody had a problem with it until Muslims did it. The culture.
Yeah,
the culture of Islamophobia.
Bob, that's not what's happening in K through 12 education, and we gave you a multitude of examples that have nothing to do with somebody's religious affiliation. The Pop-Tart, the making a gun with your thumb and your index finger. So, Bob, no, it's not just Islamophobia. That is your kind of narrow interpretation of the cultural problem. The cultural problem is so much bigger than that, and it afflicts K through 12 education. Thanks for the call, Art in Skokie.
Thank you for taking my call. Well, President didn't invite the family of Kate Steinle, who was murdered by illegal alien, and it feeds into that notion that guy asked Trump in New Hampshire. It kind of feeds to it people who believe that President is Muslim. Inviting that guy to the White House.
Thanks for the call, Art. Cassandra on the north side.
The part that I say is what happened to see something, say something, and number two, this was a test. This could have been. We don't know, but this could have been a test. Let's see how society responds. let's make sure that the police and society back off because they're picking on some poor kid.
Wait a second. Wait a second. It's a test by who? Who's
what we don't know.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, right.
Why don't you try this?
Let's see. Somebody is orchestrating a conspiracy theory, and we know it's a conspiracy theory because we don't know who it is. That's a compelling logic.
No.
Thanks for the call, Cassandra. I mean, honestly, you're going to think about this if this was your 13-year-old kid. I don't have
I'm
kids.
thinking about it.
I don't
like
like this. I don't like to see kids pick. I don't like to see kids picked on who did nothing wrong. Then he's in handcuffs. That is not what this country's
handcuffs
about.
Was a little overboard.
Well, wait a second. You don't get to draw lines. This is the problem with this imbecility. You think you can take and say police should be called, get the principal involved, lock down the school. But here's where I'm going to draw the line: cuffs. You want to treat this like a criminal act, a faux bomb? Better safe than sorry. That's the frickin' mantra. Better safe than sorry. So anything we do under better safe than sorry is legitimate. No, it isn't. Hans in Rockford. Hans. Yes, you're on.
Yeah. Who am I on with?
You're on the show you call, Dan and Amy.
Okay. Why does Dan always have to climb on Amy? I'm getting sick of listening to it. He never says anything positive about it.
Then don't listen.
Oh, no, Dan, don't.
Scott in the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Great show. This is just another example of the feel-good culture we have with zero tolerances. I mean, you got kids that are being suspended from school for bringing a Tylenol or a nail file. It's just craziness.
Exactly right. Thanks for the call, Scott.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Can you recognize the signs of a structural foundation problem? As fall approaches, many homeowners across Chicago are experiencing the symptoms of structural foundation issues. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Are there new cracks in your drywall or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? These indicators can be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. Before you pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem, call PermaSeal at 1-800-421-SEAL for a free inspection. One of their certified structural consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer a permanent solution. For more than 36 years, PermaSeal has been committed to providing quality, proven products, and the superior customer service that you deserve. Call PermaSeal today at 800-421-SEAL. Their certified consultants will perform a complete professional inspection absolutely free of charge. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with purchase peace of mind. That number again, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Tim Carney from the Washington Examiner joins us to talk about Joe Biden getting in the race.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The House will vote later today on a bill that would cut federal funding to Planned Parenthood. The move is the result of Republican outrage over undercover videos that seem to show Planned Parenthood officials negotiating prices for fetal tissue from abortions. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says Republicans are arguing not to find common ground with Democrats on a budget.
House Republicans are promoting a plan to eliminate access to health care for families across the country and shut down the government.
Members of Congress are also working to find common ground on a bill that would avoid another food fight over school nutrition standards. The dollars for the nation's nutrition programs end on September 30th. A friend of accused Charleston church gunman Dylan Roof will be in court this morning. Joey Meek was arrested by the FBI. He'll be at the courthouse in Columbia, South Carolina for his arraignment this morning. Two big advertisers are walking away from The View. They're pulling out after co-host Joy Behar marked a Miss America contestant for wearing a nurse's uniform during the pageant. Earlier in the week, Behar snipped about the pageant contestant Kelly Johnson of Colorado wearing a stethoscope during her monologue. Johnson is a nurse and has a nurse's stethoscope. Behar's comments caused a massive social media backlash, prompting this morning Johnson & Johnson and Eggland's Best to cancel their View advertising. Around 1,500 students in Prospect Heights District 23 left out of the classroom for a third day as teachers remain on strike there. Two Chicago federal air marshals from the office at O'Hare have been suspended. A third resigned amid allegations they hired prostitutes overseas. Director Roderick Allison told a congressional panel he'll make sure the two others are shown the door as well. Chicago sports, Oakland over the White Sox, Cubs over Pittsburgh, and only the weather could stop Jason Day yesterday. He was 10 under when Storm stopped play at the BMW Championship. The news, a service of the City of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. 855-RPRT-2S4. If you see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security. Check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager says something's got to give with the economy.
When are we going to pay the piper for all of this debt? Something is going to give, and it's in large measure because of terrible ideas. Like government can shape an economy. We have the highest corporate taxes in the world. Then we wonder why companies do business outside of the United States.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Is there a drop in your romantic life? You need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-886-9424. 1-800-886-9424. 1-800-886-9424.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
7:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Willowbrook, northbound 83 is closed between 75th and 63rd due to a car fire. Eden's inbound 34 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 42, there's a truck off the roadway at Willow Road on the right side. Kennedy, 45 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 33. The Eisenhower's 50 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, slow Belmont to Fullerton and Jackson to 18th. Northbound, stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State. Jammed Crawford to the Hinsdale Oasis. Adams Tollway slow 2-way to the Kennedy. The Veterans Memorial slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having. That's just one way Unbound is different. Learn more, unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy and humid in your forecast, a thunderstorm early and then again late in the day, high 78. Thunderstorms overnight, low 57. A stray morning shower. Otherwise, clouds will give way to sun for a pretty good college football Saturday here on AM 560 for Northern Illinois, taking on Ohio State and the Fighting Illini, also in action against North Carolina. 69, clouds and sun right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Laz Word with Tom and Dave. Heard Sundays at midnight.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We're now joined by Tim Carney, senior political columnist at the Washington Examiner. Tim, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Do we have Tim?
I'm staying out of it.
Tim Carney.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh,
How are
okay,
you?
Great. Sorry about that. So first question, before we get to the Republican side, the debate, the fallout from the debate, all that. Report out that was in National Review Online yesterday, a conversation overheard Josh Alcorn of the Draft Biden Super PAC on an Amtrak train from New York to Wilmington saying Joe is 100% in. Is that your assessment as well, Biden getting into this race?
Well, Biden is, it's an interesting status he's in. He wants to run, and he's trying to see if he has the support to run. So you could say he's actually running right now. He's lining up people. He wants to be president of the United States. He wants to try. But he could find. Remember Hillary had like a listening tour back when she first ran for Senate in 2000? This is sort of a listening tour to one's potential donors and supporters. He could find that it's not there, that the people he thought might be behind him are fully behind Hillary. So he is sort of running to run for president.
But most of his supporters, Joe Biden supporters, staff members have left to work for the Hillary Clinton campaign. If he gets in the race, wouldn't that guarantee Bernie Sanders a victory?
No, I don't think Bernie Sanders can actually win. If you just think about the way the primary schedule works, that if he won Iowa and New Hampshire, because there is a sort of divided establishment, that it would be like what's happened in Republican primaries in years past, where a conservative insurgent won an early primary, the establishment uses South Carolina as a firewall, then dominates Super Tuesday. That's, I think, what would happen if you had Biden and Hillary splitting the establishment vote.
On the Republican side, Scott Walker, there's some rumors that were circulating yesterday that there could be a campaign shakeup in the Walker camp, including the campaign manager going. The campaign manager for Walker said he's here to stay. Rumors of his demise greatly exaggerated. What's your understanding from the kind of insider perspective of what's happening?
The people I know who have sort of been in the Walker orbit, sort of, volunteer supporters, that sort of thing, not full-time staff, they've drifted away from him. So he's lost that outer circle. As far as the staff inner circle, you talk to kind of the average reporter, and they've had trouble dealing with Walker. A lot of his people kind of haven't transitioned well from running very effective statewide campaigns to trying to do it nationally. And so while he's in deep trouble, a shakeup could be actually not just a sign of the trouble, which is obvious from the poll numbers and the debate performance, but it could be a wise move to get him back on track. He's got a lot of good fundamentals as a candidate, just his record in Wisconsin, his sort of every man demeanor, and a shakeup could be either the beginning of the end, but I think with Walker, he really could use a shakeup that could send him back in the right direction.
And strategically, there's a bit of a shakeup, too. He's going back to what was perceived to be his base camp, Iowa, and going to redouble his efforts there.
And so from my perspective, it'll be what does he do about this ethanol flip-flop? It's something that in increasing years, conservatives like me are concerned about corporate welfare. Walker, as governor of Wisconsin, opposed an ethanol mandate, went to Iowa, kind of said nice things about it, and then he told me, I want to end the ethanol mandate in 2 years. And now when he goes back to Iowa, they're going to ask him, wait a second, where do you stand on this? And he will be between kind of the Iowa Republican establishment and kind of the national conservative base on that ethanol issue.
How do you think Scott Walker performed in the second GOP debate?
He had the least speaking time. His every man demeanor that comes across very likable when he's on stage by himself. makes him almost disappear when he's on stage with those 11 people. It's almost a shame because in the end, in the next year, it's going to be a one-on-one, and that kind of thing won't happen. But on the other hand, it does sort of it does reflect how he doesn't have the energy, and even in some ways, kind of the passion that you see in a Chris Christie, in a Marco Rubio, in a Ted Cruz. These other guys who they might be quiet most of the time, but when they speak, they really grab your attention. Walker didn't do that. I thought we have a power rankings in the Washington Examiner, and each of the last two times we've knocked him down 2 slots. He's all the way down to number 8 right now.
We're talking to Tim Carney, senior political columnist at the Washington Examiner. So Donald Trump, Nate Silver earlier this week suggested that Donald Trump has about a 5% chance, according to his calculations of sort, to be the nominee. He had, I thought, a debate performance where he was outclassed by any number of people on any number of topics. And the conventional wisdom inside the Beltway is that his chances of about 5% and trending down. But conventional wisdom has is conventionally wrong, I guess. And so so what do you think is the status of Donald Trump as a real threat to the nomination?
So, I mean, if you asked me in June what was going to happen with Donald Trump, I would have said that he would be in the single digits by Labor Day. So all of us are completely baffled by this phenomenon. But I will say what he's already done, and it looks like might be the lasting impact, is seriously take Jeb Bush down a peg. You watch that last debate, it was clear Carly Fiorina was able to stand up to this sort of guy who reminds you of the Joker from the Batman movies, Trump, and win. And it seemed that Jeb Bush wasn't really able to do it. I mean, he kind of held his own, but if it was a boxing match, Trump beat Bush on points. And in the first time around, Trump won too. So what you get is Jeb Bush looking like sort of he is. He's not this brash Texan in the way that his brother was. He's not. Is he a guy who could stand up to a Hillary, to the Democratic machine? If Jeb can't beat Trump, is he really the guy Republicans want carrying the standard? Is he really the guy people want as their president? So I think the lasting impact of Trump might not be sort of to destroy the Republican Party or any of that grave stuff, and I don't think he's going to win the nomination. I think Trump might end up being a guy who had one job, and that was to take out Jeb Bush, and it looks like he might do it.
Yeah, but just on that point, people keep saying that Trump can't be the nominee, Fiorina can't be the nominee, Carson can't be the nominee. I mean, they won't be in terms of just the political dynamics. And yet, tell me one of these other candidates that is going to win a state before, say, Florida. Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina. Who is poised to win any of those states other than the 3 names I mentioned?
I think Ted Cruz could win Iowa. I certainly do. He's not that high in the polls, but if you look in a place like Iowa, he's trending up. I think if Trump starts bleeding away support as the polls, right now a poll can't really find a screen to see if you're a likely voter or not. It's too early to do that or to do that well. And as the polls start doing that, and they have sort of this magic formula, which is not perfect, but it's better than just asking all Republicans. As you get likely voter polls, I think you will see support moving from Trump and his sort of anti-establishment, anti-Washington, I'm a bomb thrower, I'll say what you're thinking kind of thing, to Cruz, who's that same exact guy just in Washington and doesn't insult people personally. And so I see Cruz as a real threat in Iowa. I think Marco Rubio is a sort of all-around threat there, where he's got the conservative record, the soaring rhetoric, a little more stable demeanor than Cruz or Trump. So if Cruz won Iowa, it would be completely unsurprising to me, and then you could end up with sort of a Rubio-Cruz Jeb brawl going on. Fiorina, I mean, she is going to catapult. Look at the next few national polls. Mm-hmm. You will see her climb to the top. Will that translate into Iowa and New Hampshire is the next question. But I don't put Fiorina in the Carson-Trump category, where if Carson or Trump got the nominee, it would be sort of shocking and unprecedented.
I think it's going to happen. But what are you saying? So in Iowa, when it comes time for the caucuses and neighbors have to stand up in front of other neighbors and you have to reveal yourself, do you think that's the time when people are going to back down and not support Trump? Because I used to say the same thing. I've lived in Iowa, and I thought Trump will never ever sell in Iowa. And I have been completely wrong.
Well, so it's First, it's not like just voting. It's giving up your night. It's finding a babysitter, shelling out. I mean, babysitters are cheaper there than they are in Chicago or D.C. in Council Bluffs there. But
well, thanks for the tip.
but you got to find a babysitter. You go out there. You're standing up in front of your neighbors. You're explaining this. All of that translates. It's good for sort of grassroots conservative types, and on the flip side, it's why Obama did well in the caucuses as opposed to Hillary. But also, it's usually sort of dedicated Republicans and people who have spent a lot of time thinking about politics, and Trump taps into the sort of barely engaged voter. That's why I think once you see the likely voter screens, he'll start falling. He taps into the people who don't follow politics because they're so grossed out by it. Now, it takes a real personality to get those people, and not just get them angry, but get them engaged and move. That's sort of what Obama's job was. Remember, he was a community organizer. Trump's not a community organizer. He would really have to shift into another gear to not just get these people angry and sort of cheering for him, but get them actually doing anything. We haven't seen him even approach that gear. If he shifts his campaign to sort of be this grassroots rallying thing, then I'll say he has a chance in Iowa. As of now, he just is sort of screaming out the window that he's mad as heck and he's not going to take it anymore.
All right. He is Tim Carney, senior political columnist at the Washington Examiner. Thanks for joining us, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some few high clouds, sunshine going to be returning, but we cannot rule out a chance of a thunderstorm later this afternoon, a high of 78. Tonight, heavy rain and thunderstorms. Watch for flash flooding in certain areas, low-lying areas. Saturday, we'll have a stray morning shower, otherwise breezy with clouds giving way to sun, a high of 69. And on Sunday, for your Bears Cardinals noon kickoff game, it should be nice. Partly sunny skies, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times much different on the roadways. With the answer, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Willowbrook area, northbound 83 has delays from before 75th to 63rd after a car fire. The Edens inbound is 34 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 47, there's a truck off the roadway near Willow Road. The Kennedy is now 57 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 34 from Montrose and 23 in the Express. Outbound 33 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Ike, 56 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 40. Stevenson, 55 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 38. Ryan, 30 minutes now from 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed. Kedzie to the Hinsdale Oasis. Slow from the Reagan Tollway to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Thanks to our listeners, thousands of them who've bought pillows from MyPillow.com. It helps conform to your neck and back. You get your best sleep ever when you lay down on one of these bad boys. There's a 10-year warranty. Who gives out 10-year warranties? And a 60-day money-back guarantee. So thousands of you have bought pillows from MyPillows. Now we're challenging the rest of you to take part of the buy one, get one free deal. What you do is go to MyPillow.com, type in Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of 1. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, it's washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy. 800-489-0201.
This is Dan Proft with an upstream idea brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Trump's name was invoked by Tim Carney from the Washington Examiner, so that, of course, generates a response from Trump supporters. Here is one, Latino Dave from Crystal Lake.
Hey, how you guys doing, Dan, Amy?
Good.
Good. Listen, here's the thing, right? So the guest you guys had on, he's, what you call the experts. But what he doesn't understand is the grassroots is shows like yours and people calling in like myself, okay? So even though he might be screaming out the window, oh, I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell, too. And not just am I mad as hell, but he's the only one that's saying I'm mad as hell, and we need to do something about this. So even though Mr. Trump might not be Mr. Right, he is my Mr. Right now until I'm proven otherwise. So whether or not he did bad on the debate or not, I don't know. That's for experts to judge. But he held his own. So until somebody steps up and can show me that they're a better candidate than Trump, I'd have to say that, hey, there's no reason why they should keep discounting this guy.
Yeah, but what about lack of specifics? You don't care about that? That's not important to you?
I think that certain individuals, such as senators and people already involved in the government, these Washington insiders, they're going to have a lot more information than the average Joe like you and I, and even somebody like Trump. So I think that that's one of the things that you got to, as you go along, you'll get briefed and you learn more, and you'll appoint individuals that are very, very knowledgeable on the subject matter, and that's why you have subject matter experts, and you get advice from them.
Thanks for the call, Latino Dave. You don't need specifics.
I need let's throw another experiment in the White House. Okay.
Yeah, well, you don't need specifics when you have a duo like Diamond and Silks.
Are they getting paid by the Donald Trump campaign?
I don't think
These
so.
These girls are good.
The Hall and Oates of Republican Party politics. Here, Diamond and Silks with their debate analysis.
Hey, y'all. Okay, so last night we looked at the debates, and here's our take on the debates. So let me go ahead on and start off with the trickery girl, Carly Fiorina. Carly Fiorina, she sounds like a fake flower. Flower, yes, she do, honey. She sounds like one of those flowers you can get from the Dollar Tree. And I wouldn't trust her to lead me to my front door. I may just fall for her okie doke. And the American people, we stand a better chance at being on that Titanic. Although we think that Titanic, I know it may sink, but up on the Carly Fiorina, we will probably drown. We don't want her in the White House. We don't want her around no house. No house for her.
No house for her. So Diamond and Silks, look for them on the Arnold Schwarzenegger edition of Celebrity Apprentice.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it worked.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. Want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Well, then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment. With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
The annual Civil War Collector Show and Sale is this Saturday, September 19th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at DuPage County Fairgrounds in Wheaton. Brought to you by ZircoPromotions.com.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Brett Baer, host of Special Report, joins us at 8:08.
And Planned Parenthood fights back against Carly Fiorina. They're calling it a garbage dump of lies. You'll hear it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is a man who introduced us to Carly Fiorina, Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Patrick Kane speaks for the first time since being accused of sexual assault. Chicago area business accused of bootlegging alcohol from Indiana. And could there be a new New Year's celebration for the nation? Maybe. Cubs outslug the Pirates. A's beat the White Sox. Sky win Game 1 of the playoffs. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. There's new Donald Trump controversy. Now, before you go, what did he say this time? It's over something he didn't say. At a campaign event last night in New Hampshire, a man in the audience says we have a Muslim problem, that President Obama's Muslim, not even American, and they have terror training camps, and what's Trump going to do about it?
We're going to be looking at a lot of different things.
The Republican frontrunner was targeted by the Democratic frontrunner on Twitter right away. Hillary Clinton wrote that, quote, Donald Trump not denouncing false statements about POTUS and hateful rhetoric about Muslims is disturbing and just plain wrong.
Fox's Peter Doocy. Trump says this morning the media wants to make this about the president. The bigger issue, Trump says, is the president waging war against Christians. Trump and 10 other Republicans running for president will be at a conservative forum in South Carolina today. Stay tuned for the hearings in Texas to determine if Bo Bergdahl should go on military trial. Prosecutors say the Army sergeant planned for weeks to walk away from his post in Afghanistan. Then the Taliban captured him.
Bergdahl's own platoon mates appeared in court as well, testifying his vanishing act put them all in harm's way during the ensuing search.
Fox's Patricia Stark. Bergdahl was freed in a controversial Taliban prison swap. There's a disagreement brewing in the military about women serving in combat roles. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The Marines won't be looking for a few good women to serve in some elite combat jobs. The Corps is reportedly expected to ask the Pentagon to keep certain positions closed to women. That move is at odds with other military services, which are expected to open combat roles to women. The report comes after the Marine Corps conducted a months-long simulated combat experiment. Among the results, that women were injured twice as often as their male counterparts. Dave.
Rachel, chaos in Croatia. The latest country caught up in Europe's migrant crisis. Many at that crowded train station never got to leave. Croatia's been overwhelmed with 14,000 refugees the past few days, so it closed border crossings with Serbia. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sunshine this morning, 69 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. School closed again in Prospect Heights, District 23. Students left out of the classroom for the third day as teachers remain on strike. No deal was reached following several hours of negotiation last night. Blackhawks player Patrick Kane addressing the sexual assault investigation against him for the first time yesterday as the Blackhawks were readying training camp at the University of Notre Dame.
This has been an incredibly difficult time for many people. I cannot apologize enough for the distraction this has caused my family, my teammates, this incredible organization, and of course our fans.
Kane is accused of assaulting a woman last month near his home of Buffalo, New York, but he also says he was confident he would be absolved of any issue. 2 federal air marshals from the Chicago office have been suspended. A third resigned amid allegations they hired prostitutes overseas. American Airlines flights to Chicago, Dallas, and Miami stopped for about 2 hours by a computer problem yesterday that prevented passengers from checking in. Chicago police are reviewing surveillance video in the neighborhood where a longtime civilian employee was shot to death unloading groceries from his car. 60-year-old John Buckner died late Wednesday night, about 3 hours after he was shot outside his Southside home. Buckner was a property technician who worked for the department for about 25 years. And Illinois' Liquor Control Commission says bootlegging charges have been filed against owners of 7 Chicago liquor stores for illegally importing alcohol from Indiana. Oakland over the White Sox 4-2. Cubs beat Pittsburgh 9-6. Jason Day, your leader at the BMW Championship. WNBA playoffs, Sky over Indiana. It's 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network this morning, here's Pat O'Neill.
From the Fox Business Network, Wall Street seems headed toward a lower opening with stock futures down rather sharply. European stocks lower, although Asian markets close mostly higher. That follows the Federal Reserve's decision to leave interest rates alone for now. Fed Chair Janet Yellen.
In light of the heightened uncertainties abroad and a slightly softer expected path for inflation, the committee judged it appropriate to wait for more evidence.
Many analysts are now wondering if the Fed will raise rates at all this year. Qualcomm, the smartphone chip maker, is slashing more than 1,300 jobs in San Diego and hundreds more elsewhere. Facebook is trying to get more journalists to use its social network instead of Twitter to spread breaking news. The Wall Street Journal says a new tool from Facebook called Signal is designed to help media outlets find, filter, and embed content from Facebook and Instagram. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Pat O'Neill.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Health Mart.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, and let's get the latest on a soggy commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Yeah, it's rough on the outbound side of the Edens, wet and slow from Montrose to Lake Avenue with a crash in the left lane, like 43 minutes from Montrose to Lake Cook, inbound 34. Delay started Old Orchard. Kennedy is an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 33 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 50 minutes from Manhon. Outbound 40 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound, jammed. Bryn Mawr to Fullerton and Jackson to 18th, northbound from before the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, bumper to bumper. Kedzie to the Stevenson. The left lane's closed after some failed pavement striping. From Adams Tollway heavy, 2E to Lee. Reagan Tollway, Farnsworth to 59. Veterans Memorial slope out into the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A flash flood watch in effect this evening through tomorrow morning. Rather cloudy and humid today with a shower or thunderstorm early, then another late in the day, high of 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
69 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Frank O. Carlson, the sign company's partner. They help you make more money. Go to mysignpartner.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Nearly 23 million people watch the debate, CNN's highest rated show ever. It's about as many viewers as American Idol's first season finale. And the person taking credit for all of that? Donald Trump, who's drawing a crowd of thousands to this rec center here in New Hampshire tonight.
Just the other day, 2 years old, 2.5 years old, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine, now is autistic.
He is not someone that will pass the test of, do you want him sitting in the Oval Office as the most important person in the world?
We don't need an apprentice in the White House. We have one right now.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We're now joined by someone who's got expertise in a number of areas, including as it pertains to managing a crowded debate dais. He is Brett Baer, host of Special Report on Fox News Channel, of course, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday. Brett, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Morning.
So, you've been there. You've done that. How would you assess the job that Jake Tapper did on Wednesday night?
Listen, I think he did a good job. He's a friend of mine, and I know how tough it was. We had 10 on our stage. He had 11. They went in with the, implicit effort to get candidates to mix it up. I think that that's a noble goal, and we tried to do it numerous times in the first debate, but they were not ready to be chomping on the bit at that point. They were by the second debate. But with 11 people on the stage, it's just, at times, it's just going to get unwieldy.
Trump only wanted 10, clearly.
Yeah, and I think for 3 hours, it was pretty long. They had 23 million, we had 24 million, and there are people that are clearly engaged. So, people are watching. And I think it's, I'm a pro-bell or buzzer moderator, because I think thank you, Senator, thank you, Governor, thank you, Ms. Fiorina, gets old. But I think for the substance of it, I give him a lot of props.
Well, do you think it turned ugly early, though, when Donald Trump took a shot at Rand Paul, and as Dan just said, he shouldn't even be on this stage?
Yeah, well, arguably there are some people in political circles who agree with Donald Trump that, if they made the decision to bring Carly Fiorina on, they should have probably kicked off someone else.
The story in the New York Times out this morning, White House is planning a national campaign to urge legal immigrants to become U.S. citizens, and they have a sense of urgency about this. I think November 2016 is an important date in terms of the goal of translating 8.8 million legal residents into voting American citizens. Is this an indication that they don't think the Kane caucus is going to be enough to get Hillary across the finish line?
Yeah, I think that this has always been a plan to increase numbers, and with the current volatility on this issue on the Republican side, I think Democrats think that they can capitalize.
Well, so Carly Fiorina, I was very impressed. I saw, the Fox debate where there was no one in the audience. This time around for the pre-debate, there were people in the audience, but she moved from the pre-debate to the main stage. And how impressed were you with her performance?
Yeah, I think she was impressive. I mean, she is, we've seen it before. We've seen it in interviews. And I think that she brought her A game to the debate stage. I think that the question is whether she'll be able to capitalize. I think that she's clearly top tier. And, as far as the outsiders went, which was Trump, Carson, and Fiorina, by far she had the best night.
What do you think Trump is going to do when the ad blitz is directed at him? Do you think that he is prepared to spend the kind of money he says he's prepared to spend personally to respond, to saturate the airwaves as they're going to be saturated by other campaigns and super PACs directed at him as long as he's the front runner?
I think so. I think he's going to spend his own money. But remember that he hasn't spent any money so far. I mean, all of it that we've seen about Donald Trump, and 30+% in all these polls, is direct result of free media and speeches, and he does Instagram videos that cost nothing, and they get picked up. So I think he has a lot of gunpowder in his musket, if you will.
Brett Baer, who do you think did a disservice to themselves during the second debate? Who got lost in the shuffle?
Well, I don't think that Scott Walker had a great night. He had a good night. I think that Ben Carson didn't have like that personable dismount that he had in the first debate that did him so well. So while he's very attractive to a certain segment of the Republican field, I think that he didn't have a breakout moment either.
He is Brett Baer. He's the host of Special Report, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday. Brett, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
We'll see you.
Thanks.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line. Well,
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
your call's coming up, 312-642-5600. But first, here is your forecast. Some high clouds out there. We could see some peaks of sunshine and some rain, though, later this afternoon. Tonight, a heavy thunderstorm, heavy rains, a flash flood watch in effect. And tomorrow, a morning storm, and then otherwise mostly cloudy, a high near 69 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Amy. Eden's outbound jammed Montrose to Lake Avenue with a crash in the left lane. 43 minutes from Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound, it's 31. The Kennedy running about an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 31 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it's 40 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 35 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. Lakeshore Drive, stop and go southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton and Jackson to 18th. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, very slow from Kedzie to the Stevenson, where the left lane is closed to repair some failed pavement striping. Northbound Veterans Memorial, pretty slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Southbound 53, heavy Palatine to Kirchhoff. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com offers you some great things for home improvement and to improve yourself. And just because the summer is coming to an end doesn't mean the parties stop. Oh, no, you're always happy to be invited to one, but not happy to stress about giving a gift. So never go to a party empty-handed when ChicagoRadioDeals.com is just a click away. You can purchase and print a gift certificate the same day. Give a $100 gift certificate to Zembard Jewelers in New Lenox. Here's the deal. You pay only $50 to buy that $100 gift certificate. Hey, if you're feeling more generous, then check out the Movado watches from Duval Jewelers in Harwood Heights. Nothing is more beautiful than these handcrafted timepieces on the wrist of the person you love. Plus, there's a $200 Duval certificate for only $100. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for great gift ideas, dinner tickets, tickets to live music and comedy, Lake Michigan cruises, overnight stays, spa treatments, and much more. Find them all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis, you're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. And don't let me forget to mention our GIA and EGL diamonds at amazing internet prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling.
And
Diana, I'd like to link these two issues.
In 2015, the Huskies look to defend their Mid-American Conference Championship.
The MAC Championship belongs to Northern Illinois.
Led by sophomore quarterback Drew Hare.
Drew Hare is going to keep it. Hare angles left. Hare into the end zone.
Catch all of the action right here on the Husky Sports Network.
Tune in Saturday, September 19th at 2:30 as the Huskies take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking to Brett Baer about the performances in the debate, where the race stands. Got a lot of reaction. Let's go to Jennifer in Batavia.
Hi, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Earlier this week, Donald Trump came out and said, he made a real tough comment about if Ford moves a plant overseas by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd have them changing their mind because I would threaten 35%, tariffs or something on their cars if they came back in. Well, I don't understand why Scott Walker is not using that. He had a perfect opportunity to say, look, Donald Trump is not addressing the issue. Why are these companies going overseas? Isn't it because of the union? Unions have priced themselves completely out of a job, essentially, and said these companies are going overseas to look for other employees.
Cheaper labor.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Donald Trump lacks specifics for everything, so I wasn't surprised that he wasn't challenged.
But you're suggesting Walker needed to get more into the fray than he did. I mean, he did so initially with his apprentice canned line, but then he kind of disappeared.
But that's his strength in Wisconsin. That's why everybody in Illinois loves him and thinks, he's done great things, and he's not capitalizing on how he handled that and the positive, the benefits that it's brought to Wisconsin.
Yeah, I thanks for the call, Jennifer. I tend to agree with that in terms of the assessment of Walker's missed opportunities.
Maybe he didn't have time. I mean, they were confined.
But it was a fray. I mean, people jumping in and jumping out, and you just didn't hear Walker jumping in enough, or at least making an effort to. Okay, John in Mundelein.
Good morning, Dan. I love the Kankel's caucus line. It's vintage. That's like Trump or something. It's nice to know you assess.
You're welcome.
Presidential candidate by your Kankles.
You're welcome.
I wonder how Amy feels about that. So listen, do you think
she doesn't have?
I don't have
Kankles?
Kankles.
Yeah.
I work hard not to have Kankles.
Yeah. Well, then Dan probably likes you. So do you think that it's a bigger problem for the Republicans that Donald Trump and a lot of the xenophobes who support him are stupid enough to think the president isn't from America, or do you think it's a bigger problem that Jeb Bush is stupid enough to think Margaret Thatcher is?
Thanks for the call, John. I don't think Jeb Bush thought Margaret Thatcher is from America. I'm pretty sure he's familiar with her work. The idea of suggesting a non-American for the $10 or $20 bill was a bit bizarre. I grant you that, but it was also a stupid question, something that, of course, you would focus in on, John, being a radical leftist. John in Palatine.
Hi, Dan and Amy.
I just wanted to mention two things. I'm getting tired of people talking about Trump's not having any experience and having his finger on the codes when Obama had zero experience and has been running the country for 8 years. And then one other thing, for all of the Scott Walker fans out there, I would like to have a president that has a college degree.
Why?
Well, we seem to want experience for everything else. Why not a college degree for a president?
Why do we need a college
It's not
degree?
in the Constitution. You don't have to have a college degree.
Clearly, but why do you need one, John? What does a college degree give you that you don't have with
For the same
30 years
reason
of
that you
experience,
tout your
including
degree
2
from
years?
Northwestern all the time.
Excuse me.
For the same reason that you tout and flaunt your degree from Northwestern all the time.
I tout my degree?
He doesn't tout his. You must not listen. I mean, no offense, but Dan is not proud of his degree from Northwestern.
Thanks for the call.
Are you proud of your degree from Loyola?
Like the idea of a college degree as some prerequisite. So the idea you're going to ignore his tenure in the state legislature, Milwaukee County executive, 2 terms and 3 elections as governor of Wisconsin, what he's done for 25 years in public life, that is all cast aside because he doesn't have a college degree. I don't think that's an opinion that's shared by too many, thankfully. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Who do you think has more college degrees than Obama? I mean, you want to talk about misuse. College degrees mean absolutely nothing. Now, on the other hand, how do you explain regulatory arbitrage to Scott Walker, Donald Trump, and the public all at the same time, and then explain that tariffs are actually currency manipulation, the very thing that Trump rails against? But that's not why I called. I called because Brett Baer broke a huge story on your station. He told you he was ordered by his superiors to have the candidates mix it up in a climate where you have the debt clock frozen for 7 weeks. We are bumping up against our debt ceiling. We have not asked any substantive questions. You have David Gregory participating in group therapy, and you got Brett Baer, I miss my neck, and Megyn Kelly told to forget about the issues. Let's get these people to argue.
Yeah,
and this is why
that's why they needed ratings.
Thanks for the caution.
Yeah,
I don't think that getting people to square off against one another is not the same. Is not mutually exclusive to having substantive conversation.
But it wasn't a substantive conversation when Megyn Kelly, within the first 11 minutes of the debate, brought up his comments about women and Rosie O'Donnell. I thought that was
he brought up Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, but she brought up his treatment and the rhetoric he has used to describe certain women and how he's degrading to women. And I just thought that should have been later on in the debate. But it's a rating booster, and that's what they got.
Speaking of women, Carly Fiorina issued a challenge during the debate to Hillary Clinton to watch the Planned Parenthood videos because Hillary won't answer the question as to whether or not she's watched those undercover videos.
Yeah, she called out Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama to watch all 10 of the videos.
Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama to watch these tapes. Watch a fully formed fetus on the table, its heart beating, its legs kicking.
All right. And so since then, Planned Parenthood has come out. They wrote Carly a letter, actually FedExed it to her campaign office, demanding an apology, describing what
written in blood.
Stop it. There was a picture painted of Trump's face. They demanded her apologize, and they invited her, Dan, to come visit a clinic to see the truth. They said what she was talking about the body parts being intact. They said that was a woman in Pennsylvania who had a miscarriage, and that this is just a garbage full of lies that she's selling.
Yes.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Planned Parenthood knows a garbage full of lies when they happen upon it. What Carly Fiorina said is precisely accurate. Yeah. We've seen 10 videos now from the Center for Medical Progress that tell you everything you need to know about Planned Parenthood in their own words, with Planned Parenthood executives the country over. This is not in controversy anymore. The only thing that's in controversy is what Republicans in Congress are going to do about the $500 million in other people's money that Planned Parenthood gets every year from the federal government. That's the only thing in controversy.
And of course, Hillary Clinton responded, but I don't even want to play that because she said the same old thing. You know, they're taking away women's health, and if Planned Parenthood goes away, where are these women to go? According to doctors I know, Planned Parenthood, we don't even need them anymore because of Obamacare. People can just go to any OBGYN and get the care that they needed. It actually less of the cost than they charge at Planned Parenthood.
Well, in addition to that, we've heard from Rand Paul, we've heard from Ted Cruz, we've heard from others on this issue. Number one, we know that Planned Parenthood operates exactly 0 licensed mammography facilities in the country. And we also know that there's women's health clinics the country over that provide all of those services that Planned Parenthood allegedly provides, which are really ancillary services to their main business, which is abortion, but don't provide abortions. And so why not direct those monies to the women's healthcare clinics for all those services you say you want? Because you're not really interested. You're interested in being in lockstep with Planned Parenthood for their political support so that you can then turn around and finance their bloody business. Jeff on the north side.
Yeah, I think that this is a great issue for the Republicans, and I think the biggest reason this is a winner for them is because most of the American public has not watched these videos. So Carly Fiorina can say anything she wants about what's in them. She could make up stories about Planned Parenthood executives chopping babies up in a blender, and Republican voters are going to believe it, even though it's a complete lie. You should keep pushing harder and harder and harder and make up more ridiculous stories.
Yeah, Jeff, have you said? Jeff, have you watched the videos?
Of course I have.
All
Each
10
and
of
every
them?
one.
And what's your
All of them, unedited.
what's your takeaway?
I agree with Carly Fiorina that they should just keep making up.
What is your takeaway from the videos? What did you think about that?
My takeaway is that this is a political winning issue for the Republicans.
Got it. Thank you. So you didn't watch the videos. Mitch in Palatine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. I just had a comment about Rand Paul. I've always been a huge fan of the Paulian legacy. I think Rand Paul is far and away the most sane individual on the stage, time and time again. But it's really disappointing to me that he's just not bringing the enthusiasm. He's not delivering his message in an effective way. It's just been a huge letdown, but I'm still pulling for him.
As a Walker fan, I know how you feel, Mitch.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
You've heard me talk about what a wonderful job CertaPro painters have done in my house last spring. But did you know that fall is the perfect time to paint your home? Get your home's exterior or interior picture perfect before all the fall and winter holidays. Also, if you're a small business owner or property manager and your store, facility, or office needs painting, listen up. You've got to call CertaPro Painters. CertaPro takes extra special care to get the job done professionally, on time, on budget, and with the least amount of disruption to your business. So schedule your commercial painting project today. Whether residential or commercial, interior or exterior, now is the time to get on CertaPro Painters' fall painting schedule. Call CertaPro Painters today for your free estimate. That's right, a free estimate at 800-GO-CERTA, 800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, because painting, it's personal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the president of the Teachers Union is going to be here, Bob Miller.
And quickly to Jeff and some of these other left-wing talking point resuscitators, the video with respect to Farina's quote, mark this down, go watch it. The 7th video of the 10 videos that have been released, in fact, does show a fully formed fetus, heart beating, legs kicking, and it shows Holly O'Donnell, a former Oregon harvester who worked for STEM Express, graphically discussing the harvesting of a brain from a baby whose heart was beating. That's what Carly Fiorina was referring to. She's absolutely correct. The 7th video, anybody who disputes it, go watch it and then call us.
And Planned Parenthood doesn't know what they're talking about. Let's go now into the newsroom to a man who knows what he's doing all the time. Here is Mike Scott.
Cloudy skies, still some rain showers across the area, 70. Croatia says it's reached capacity in accepting migrants and refugees, and now it's directing people back toward Hungary. But Hungary says that's totally unacceptable, and their border is closed. Republican leaders in the House expect today to pass 2 bills targeting Planned Parenthood and curbing some abortion procedures, despite White House veto threats. 2 more deaths reported as fire crews try and gain control of the Valley Fire burning in California's Lake County.
She got out with the clothes on her back, but the families, everybody's finding what they can do.
Fire has destroyed 600 homes, including the Cobb Mountain home of that person, Daniel Dennis's mother. Around 1,500 students in Prospect Heights District 23 will be left out of the classroom for a 3rd day as teachers there remain on strike. 2 federal air marshals from the Chicago office have been suspended, and a 3rd resigned amid allegations they hired prostitutes overseas. Governor Bruce Rauner is calling on majority Democrats in Springfield to back his legislative agenda or immediately pass their own balanced budget. Chicago is attempting to kick off 2016 in a major way. The city planning a large-scale New Year's Eve celebration rivaling New York's dubbed Chi-Town Rising. And medical experts say the chances are genetically and literally 1 in a million. But a Long Island, New York family welcomed home identical triplets yesterday. The identical triplets came into this world a little earlier this summer, and Kelly and Jason Fenley showed off their babies yesterday.
We went into the hallway afterwards. Kelly cried for 15 minutes, and then I just kept saying to myself, how are we going to afford this? How are we going to afford this? How are we going to afford this?
Father of 4 says you will not be able to afford this without some major sacrifice on your part. Owen, Noah, and Miles Fenley were born prematurely on July 1st. All boys weighed in at just shy of 3 pounds. They spent 50 days in the hospital, and oh, by the way, Kelly and Jason also have a 2-year-old son. It's going to be busy there for a long time. Chicago sports, Oakland over the White Sox 4-2. Cubs over the Pirates 9-6. We'll keep our eyes on the Cubbies over the weekend. Jason Day, your leader at the BMW Championship. And the news a service of Stand Up to Cancer. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is sure public officials can't circumvent the law.
To force somebody in the private sector to do something that conflicts with their religious beliefs is deeply problematic. I'm not sure I would extend that to somebody who's an elected government official who's in the business of issuing marriage licenses.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee. A career isn't supposed to be mundane. It's supposed to be motivating, satisfying, and rewarding. If you're looking for an opportunity to work with the support, reliability, and resources you need to be successful, then it's time to join RE/MAX Professionals. Ed Lukasik Jr. isn't just an ordinary award-winning real estate broker. It's his marketing strategy that makes him the country's 88th best seller, according to the Wall Street Journal. He goes beyond traditional thinking to make sure his agents and his results are second to none. You too can now be an agent with a broker that lead shares, a broker that provides state-of-the-art technology and has business waiting for you from the very first day, a broker that trains you hands-on with techniques that you need to keep achieving success. If you're not picking your jaw up off the floor yet, then at least pick up the phone. Call 630-679-5454 and see what it's like to be an agent with Ed Lukasik's family at RE/MAX Professionals. That's 630-679-5454.
Hi, welcome to our open house.
Wow, I love this kitchen. Those granite countertops are gorgeous. I could really see us living here. I wonder if we could afford it.
Have you checked your credit score to see if you qualify for a mortgage?
No, I haven't. How do I do that?
You should join Credit Sesame to get your credit score. It's quick and easy to sign up, and it's absolutely free.
Yes, at Credit Sesame, we help turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the things you want, like that new home.
We give you a free credit score and so much more. You get free credit monitoring and alerts, personal loan analysis and recommendations, money management tips and tools, all to save you money and help you reach your goals. Plus, identity theft protection. Absolutely free, no credit card required. Get your credit score in seconds. So do more with your score. Get started today. Visit joincreditsesame.com. That's joincreditsesame.com. joincreditsesame.com.
8:37 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens runs 30 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 43. It clears up past Dempster. The Kennedy, 50 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 27 from Montrose, 21 on the Express. Outbound, 31 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, hour and 7 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, 34 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound now fine. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, slow Bryn Mawr to Fullerton and Jackson to 18th. Northbound from before the Stevenson to Jackson. The northbound tri-state is jammed. From the Calsag Bridge to the Stevenson, the left lane is closed after some pavement striping, which didn't work during the overnight hours. Veterans Memorial northbound slow. The Boughton Toll to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways have cleared up. No delays to report in northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, humid, maybe a thunderstorm again this afternoon, high 78. And thunderstorms in the forecast for the evening. Some of them could be very heavy, low 57. Stray showers in the early morning. Clouds give way to the sun in the afternoon, high 69. 70 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with Ken Severa. Heard Saturday evenings at midnight here on AM 560, The Answer.
Sam Proft, Amy Jacobson. So this is breaking news that the U.S. plans direct talks with Russia over Syria. So if we can talk to Putin about Syria, maybe the teachers and the teachers union and the school board in Prospect Heights can resolve their unresolved issues. We talked to the school board president yesterday. As I understand it from her, the district has offered about 9% over 3 years, and the teachers union wants 13% over 3 years, perhaps other points of contention as well. And to get the other perspective, the other side of the bargaining table's perspective, we're now joined by Bob Miller, who's the District 23 Teachers Union president. Mr. Miller, thank you for joining us. Do we have? Yes. There we go. Mr.
Hi,
Miller?
Bob. Hello.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I know you were scheduled to talk last night with the district. What came of that discussion?
Last night, we were extremely frustrated. The board came into the negotiation session after 2 days of strike, and they presented us with the same proposal that they gave us at the end of Tuesday night, which put us on strike on Wednesday. So they had no new proposal for us, no new offers, and they just came with the same proposal once again.
Well, besides cash, is there anything else, vacation time, what else is there in this agreement that you don't like?
We have a issue. We're trying to keep teachers in the classrooms as much as we possibly can. We have a sub shortage in this district, and not just here, but in the surrounding districts around. And teachers are getting pulled out of the classroom way too much to attend meetings and go to committee meetings. So we're trying to get the teachers to stay in the classroom and move those scheduled committee meetings to after school. We also have teachers getting pulled from reading support and other areas. Title I teachers are getting pulled to cover classrooms when subs are not available. And so we are trying to come up with creative and new ways of handling this issue that has been going on in the district for 2 years now.
Is the sub shortage, is it a financial issue?
I don't believe so. We are trying to keep the teachers in the classroom. So by moving those committee meetings after school, the teachers then are in the classroom educating students which is what they're supposed to do and love to do. That's what we're here for, the kids.
One of the things the school board president said yesterday is, in terms of the proposal, the financial proposal, the salary increase over the course of the contract, 3 years, I guess, is what's being discussed. That they look at surrounding districts, they look at CPI, they look at what the expected raise is for residents of Prospect Heights, not in the public sector. And this was how they came up with 3% a year over 3 years, rough numbers. What's wrong with that?
We are the second lowest average teacher salary in the surrounding area. We also have the lowest rate for veteran teachers salary-wise. We have the lowest retention rate at 80% over the last 3 years in the surrounding area. So we need to become more competitive with other districts. This district and the kids in this district deserve the best teachers and the most qualified teachers. We can't have teachers leaving here and going to other places of surrounding districts.
But they're not leaving, Bob. There's a 93% rate where those teachers are staying in that district.
They are taking a 1 year look at that retention rate. If you go back 3 years, we are at only 80%, while everybody else now is at 90%.
Well, Bob, I did my homework, and I attended District 214, which is, neighboring Arlington Heights. You've got, Wheeling, you have other Mount Prospect. But in those districts, they have just a large manufacturing community that helps with the property taxes, and Prospect Heights really doesn't have too much.
We know that this board can afford our proposal. In 2012, when teachers here took a pay freeze during really rough times, our board went out and took out $11 million in bonds that the community is supposed to pay back over time. In January, 1 month before negotiations were to start, they underestimated the cost of that air conditioning system, and they moved $800,000 out of the education fund to help fund that air conditioning system.
Well, it's not the board.
We are asking for $150,000 a year apart over 3 years. If they can spend $800,000 in 1 year on an air conditioning system, they can work with us to come to agreement of $150,000 a year to get the quality educators back in the classroom and the students back in the classroom.
So the median salary, teacher salary, as I understand it from the data online, is about $58,000, the median. And that's the median teacher salary. The median household income in Prospect Heights is about $60,000. So you're right there, individual teachers versus median household income in the community. And most of those $60,000 a year households aren't expecting a 13% raise in their salary over the next 3 years. So how do you reconcile that to suggest to people they should pay more in property taxes to the school district for teacher salaries?
The community, if the community is paying higher property taxes because the board took out $13 million or $11 million in bonds to pay for an air conditioning system.
So they should pay higher taxes still. I mean, even if the board made one bad decision, does it mean they should make another bad decision?
They have the funds to fund this proposal. We are trying to work with the board in order to get a negotiation or to get an agreement done. The board last night refused to meet with us today. They refused to meet with us on Saturday. They only took Sunday night starting at 6 o'clock to meet with us. Our kids have been out of the classroom more days than our board is willing to negotiate with us. We did not say that 4.5 or 4.25 is our bottom line. We said we are willing to negotiate with the board. And that's what we want to do. We want to negotiate with the board to get an agreement done as soon as possible. We can't do that if the board is not willing to meet until Sunday night.
I know a lot of parents who have kids in District 23 who are just really divided on this issue because they want to support the teachers. They say you're doing a wonderful job. That's why they moved to Prospect Heights. But some of them see as being a little bit greedy. I mean, 3.5% or 3.2% for the first year, that's not bad. I mean, don't you... Or how far down are you willing to go? Maybe 3.9%, 3.7%? What do you think's fair?
We won't tell the school board.
Yeah, this is private conversation.
The school board wants to say that they are willing to. They said that it's a 3% each year.
Mm-hmm.
What they're leaving out is the fact that it is 3% for some teachers. It is only 1.5 for our most experienced teachers. So if you take the average of 3 and 1.5, you get approximately 2.6, 2.7, maybe 2.8. So I think they're trying to mislead the public with that.
Yeah, but some of those teachers
3%.
at Betsy Ross are making $90,000 that have been there for 20 years plus. So they don't think that they're deserving of more money because they've been there and they're almost maxed out.
we understand that what the board's issues and interests are. We are trying to develop a method of payment that looks at that. We have tried many different opportunities, different proposals, and the board is refusing, and they keep sending us the same proposal. We are wanting to negotiate. We are wanting to work with this board, but they are not willing to negotiate with us because
Go ahead.
If they wanted to truly negotiate last night, they wouldn't have brought the same proposal back to us that we just declined back on Tuesday night.
Yesterday when we talked to the school board president, she said for job openings in Prospect Heights District 23, they get about 200 to 300 applications for every job opening. Is that accurate?
That information I do not have. I do not want to give you any misinformation. I'm not too sure. I couldn't answer that question.
Okay,
sorry.
but I mean, would you agree that it's desirous to be a teacher in Prospect Heights 23? That there's substantial demand?
I believe that the teachers. I believe that we are trying to attract and retain the best teachers and professionals that this area has.
Well, Bob, it sounds like you're both playing hardball here. Do you see this ending anytime soon? Because it doesn't sound too good.
We are frustrated right now, but being the president, I'm also an optimist. I know there's a deal in there. I know there's a deal that can be worked out. I know that we can get this taken care of. We just need to sit down at the table, negotiate, look at all the opportunities, look at all the proposals, be open-minded, and work together in order to get that deal done.
All right, Bob Miller, he is the Teachers Union president for Prospect Heights District 23. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Thanks.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
High, thin clouds out there right now. It will be sunny by this afternoon, and then later this afternoon, we do have a slight chance of a thunderstorm. Tonight, a heavy rain predicted. Watch for flash flooding. Low of 57 degrees. Saturday, we're going to start off with a morning stray shower. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, a high of 69. And on Sunday, for your Bears-Cardinals game, kickoff is at noon. Hope you lined up your fantasy football teams already. It's going to be partly sunny, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times on this Friday morning. With the latest from Jim Telemonte. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Amy. Happy Friday. Wooddale, traffic is jammed around Thorndale and Wooddale Road. Problem with the traffic signals. Aurora 30 closed between Harvey and Heggs due to a crash. The northbound tri-state has heavy delays. From around Cicero to the Stevenson, the left lane is closed after some failed overnight pavement striping. The other tollways have cleared up. Eden's inbound 26 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 27. The Kennedy, delays start at Harlem. It's 50 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 31. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 31 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive to Rhine. 30 minutes. 95 to downtown. Lakeshore Drive has delays through Grant Park. Not quite as bad as yesterday. At least not so far. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, teacher strikes. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform some of the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate, move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can see a interview that's just been posted I did with C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA more free, more just, and a bit more civilized.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
The annual Civil War Collector Show and Sale is this Saturday, September 19th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at DuPage County Fairgrounds in Wheaton. Brought to you by ZircoPromotions.com.
Can you recognize the signs of a structural foundation problem? Hi. I'm Roy Spencer, president of Permaseal. As fall approaches, many homeowners across Chicagoland are experiencing the symptoms of structural foundation issues. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Or new cracks in your drywall, plaster walls, or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? These indicators can be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. Before you pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem, call Permaseal at 800-421-SEAL for an inspection. One of our certified structural consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer a permanent solution, absolutely free of charge. For over 36 years, Permaseal has been committed to providing quality, proven products and the superior customer service that you deserve. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with priceless peace of mind. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1490. That's 1-800-663-1490. 1-800-663-1490.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I've pulled this classic for you per the latest adventure you've embarked upon. Give it a listen.
You got your EBT, I got my EBT. You got your EBT, I got my EBT. You got your EBT, I got my EBT. From the 1st to the 15th, we all gon' eat. You got your EBT, I got my EBT. You got your EBT, I got my EBT. You got your EBT, I got my EBT. From the 1st to the 15th, we all gon' eat.
Yeah, from the 1st to the 15th, we're all going to eat. EBT is Electronic Benefits Transfer Card. In Illinois, it's a link card, but EBT is the same thing, effectively. And I know you're waiting with bated breath for the response from the state.
Yeah, because my kids have a Hispanic last name, and Chicago Public Schools think anyone with a Hispanic last name naturally speaks Spanish and is naturally poor. I received an application for a SNAP card yesterday, and I filled it out. I was honest. I filled out, we're 3-household family, dates, births, how much money I make, any child support I receive. And I can't believe that I received an application, but that's what they think, that we need some help. We need some supplemental food sources.
And the we as the school thinks you need some help.
Exactly. So, and I talked to my other friends in the neighborhood who live in the bigger houses, and they didn't get a SNAP application form, but I did.
That's going to be very interesting.
Because I live in a double wide down by the river, and my kids are Hispanic. So it's, I did apply for it. Now, I don't know. It's not a fraudulent move on my part. I was honest on the application, and I signed off on it, and I turned it in. But I just want to see what happens. I guess maybe I'm testing the system.
Yeah.
Am I going to get, if I get in trouble for this,
who's
going to represent me
If
here?
you're honest on the application, then you're not going to get in trouble. It would be fascinating to see the outcome of this. If you do get a link card.
You guys will be the first to know.
Well, I know, because you're going to treat for lunch. But in addition to that, it will be fascinating, because what a commentary that will be on the state of Illinois. So join us next week, or probably about 10 to 12 months from now, when the state of Illinois actually processes your application for the resolution of this interesting little social fiscal experiment that you're conducting.
And one thing on the SNAP application, you do have to say whether you're white or Hispanic.
And what did you put, Jeb Bush?
Well, for my kids, I put Hispanic, and for me, I wrote other, and I wrote in Swedish.
Obama. You got Obama phone? Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, He gave us a phone.
He gave you a phone?
Do more.
How did he give you a phone?
You sign up if you on food stamps, you on Social Security, you got low income, you disability.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had one episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning, so just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. Time for us to get out of here. Thanks to David Stripling. Glad he's feeling better, our technical director, and Cesar Perez, our executive producer.
Shake and bake.
And thanks to all of you for making us part of your day and morning every day. And we'll back here Monday morning. Have an excellent weekend. And Dan, we'll see you at your event Sunday 1 to 4 at the, where are we going?
That ballpark in Geneva for the big rally. Yeah, there you go.
All right. We'll say hello once again, though, before we get out of here, to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Prospect Heights teachers strike entering a third day. An airline investigation of the cause of that computer glitch that grounded some flights. Cubs outslugged the Pirates ahead of a big weekend with the Cardinals. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Bye, Felicia.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Here they go again on Wall Street. Selling big time the morning after the Fed's
Check. I'm gonna walk out for a second. Why don't you pop up the mic and talk to me then?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're sounding pretty scruffy.
Scruffy or feedback?
No, it's why don't we trade places and you listen?
No, not at all. Hello.
I hear you just great.
And I hear you just great.
Okay. Well, on your cell phone, it kind of had a little bit of a ducky sort of sound. Not sounding like quack, quack, but like when you would speak, it's as though it was trying to dive down and get the audio and bring it up.
Yeah, it sounds fine. So this is on Telos 2. Let me flip you over to Telos 1 and see if there's any difference. Go ahead.
Or is this one ailing?
Oh, potting you up helps.
Okay. So what do you think? 7 years ago, we should have probably bought new hybrid systems.
That's when we bought these, I thought. They're about 7 years ago.
Could be. All right. So what do you think?
It sounds fine to me. I mean, again, I don't know.
Well, I hear you at what I would characterize as traditional telephone quality.
Yeah.
And so it's subject to the processing for that mic already.
Right.
And then whatever processing, which probably isn't very much, that the hybrid does. But I hear you just great, and I'm not hearing myself back in echo at all.
Yeah, I mean, that was the concern this morning is the callers, even one woman even said on the air, I'm hearing some feedback of myself.
Now punch all three buttons.
Oh, now it's, good call. How about now?
Okay. Now I hear myself back.
Interesting. Okay.
Just as you would expect.
And now you don't.
And now I don't.
Well, I don't know how it's worked all these months.
Probably callers just haven't complained.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
You know, in the days of cell phones, people are accustomed to having the echo cancelers not work.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
All right, well, I'll make sure that Dave and Caesar know the correct setup for this in here.
And I think it will work better.
It probably will now that it's done the way it's designed to work.
Maybe.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
bye.
you. Check 1 2 level. Check 1 2 level. Dan Proft, Illinois Rising. Check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 Illinois Rising AM 560 The Answer. Testing 1 2 check 1 2 testing 1 2 check 1 2 level. Okay. Why don't you pop on that one just real quick, Joe? We'll just make sure that one's cool.
Pat usually doesn't talk as loud as.
Yeah.
All right, check 1 2 AM 560 Illinois Rising. Dan Proft, Pat Hughes, good?
Yeah, we got pretty good levels.
All right.
I'm gonna have them come in and do a quick check.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
that gave me.
Do you want me to grab them? Yeah.
Yes, but.
Check the sound on that one. Can you get that one on?
On the last episode of this, the mics on that camera were off.
Oh, really?
So I was having to lip sync everything.
Oh, jeez.
There was an act of God that took place every single time. No, I'm
Every
serious.
cut, you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because no, when you sync it up first.
Yeah.
You lock the track,
Right.
And then you just cut. But okay, Pat, you're right there.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, that extra one pager.
They took all the chairs out for
What?
another show.
What? Okay, we can give you a short chair.
This is like the debate, 3 hours just standing. So, we'll see if you can handle it or not, all right? Mr. Trump.
Right, no kidding.
Yeah. So
wait, Marcus, wait, Mo, Marcus.
Thank you, Senator.
My
Thank
name
you.
was brought up
Thank
in
you.
third-party
Thank
context.
you.
I think I can talk now.
Well, you invoked my name.
My name was no. I've been waiting patiently.
I haven't interrupted anybody in 5 seconds.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
You still awake down there, Rand? You still there?
I've decided to stand, Matt.
So did I.
I got a chair here.
No, you're gonna.
Yeah, in between.
There are breaks between where you can sit down.
Close is. We had Ted stand on the.
Did he? He's, yeah.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Oh, this
I've
time-
never had that problem.
I have carpet for the next time.
Really?
So, because it was like he was tap dancing on there with his shoes.
Yeah.
'Cause he had hard
There we go.
shoes.
Dave, if you look towards Dan's mic.
Mm-hmm. I don't like to look at Dan when I talk, though, so I don't know if that's the right.
Well, Dan told me never look him in the eyes. That's what he told me.
That would be perfect. Could we do better than Queen Elizabeth, or is that all we,
I don't know, man. I was reaching for something.
What about like Kate Winslet or somebody like that? Someone I like.
Kim Kardashian.
I mean, I don't dislike the Queen. I don't want to be,
We get a little more headroom in
Not a
this one.
problem. Not a problem. Okay.
I am. This is the most ridiculous campaign I've ever been a part of.
Mr. Croft, if I could have you stand at your microphone, please. Excellent. Okay. You do that so well.
Thank you. What time is Scott Drankard?
He is 9:20.
Okay, so he's now. Okay.
The password is 560-11.